I'm searching for the break of a day to follow away to you. 'Cause at the end of the day, I ain't looking for no reason to change. 'Cause everything is good for you. Baby, I can see we're gonna shout it out to the sky. Tell our secrets to the night, so we can see the end inside. We're gonna shout it out to the sky. When I look into your eyes, I can see no better light, better light than love. We're gonna shout it out to the sky. Baby, I can see we're gonna shout it out to the sky. Tell our secrets to the night, so we can see the end inside. We're gonna shout it out to the sky. When I look into your eyes, I can see no better light, better light than love. We're gonna shout it out to the sky.
Hey yo, what it do? It's your boy Q, and welcome on in for Uni Rocketeers Spring 2026. Last week we had the Swiss stages to trim the field to 8, and today we'll be taking that and cutting it in half to set the stage for tomorrow, with our back-to-back grand final matchup looking to potentially be ran back in the upper bracket semifinals. There's a chance for some new names to be able to etch their place in history. It wouldn't be nearly as much fun if I was covering all the action by my lonesome. We got a packed desk today. We got Pig, Rhino, and Orion. Fellas, how we feeling today?
Feeling very good. Really excited for this week's action. I know that we had to have the schedule change, unfortunately, due to the servers going out last week, but we've already got all the server outages out the way with what was happening yesterday, and that's also given the teams more time to prepare for the elimination series. So, very excited for the rest of the action.
Yeah, Pegasus has covered it pretty much right there. It was a great week last week. We got through a lot of the Swiss action. It was so much fun, but now it's crunch time. Double elimination, 2 lives, or you are eliminated. We need to find out our winner.
Yep, top 8. Top 8. That is what we have come down to now. From all the open qualifiers, we had 16 teams go into the Swiss. Only 8 made it through. You only need to win 2 series just to get to that grand final. Sorry, 3 series to get to that grand final, but that is going to be a tall order for any of the teams that we have here. Like you said, we have 2 lives. It is a double elimination bracket. Are we going to get any miracle lower bracket runs from any teams? I'm excited, Q. Just give it to me. Bring it on.
Yeah, we have seen on the screen already, that was our Swiss stage I just scrolled through. Has set up the playoff stages, which are going to be starting here today. We've already mentioned it, double elimination, so you do have that second chance if you lose early. But, man, something tells me that lower bracket is going to get rather stacked rather quick, especially when you look towards the top of our bracket where you've got those 2 teams who have faced off in that grand finals the last 2 years, Dr. Bowman and Roehampton. One of them's going to be going to the lower bracket already today, so should definitely be getting interesting. But hey, you know what? I guess let's go ahead and start talking about predictions, I do suppose, as far as how we think the playoffs is going to be breaking down. And I guess I'll go ahead and get started first. So let's go ahead and pop that thing on up. I feel like not too many surprises I would hope for y'all to see here. I don't know. Rhino's kind of showing me some faces on that. So I have the grand final starting up in the top there. I do have Warwick going through. I think that Warwick PXL could potentially be a burner. I do have Warwick catching some momentum through there. Southampton pushing through in our first series here. I got Bowman versus Warwick going through in that upper bracket final. Bowman, I do have being the repeat. Or should I say repeat, I guess, technically, because it was Roehampton last time through. But Bowman going all the way through to that grand finals. The lower bracket, I would love to see Barcelona being able to have a run. Unfortunately, it's kind of a tough draw. You get Bowman, you've got Arcata, kind of a tough draw there. But that's kind of how I've got my playoff bracket breaking down there thus far. How about you, Pig?
Wow. Well, first of all, that final is really interesting, having Warwick there as well as the UK team as well in that spot. But not NSC champions for many years now. Of course, there's been a certain team that has stood in their way, and you've got them going out in lower round 2. So one thing's for sure, no matter what predictions we have on the screen next, yours is definitely going to be the most interesting. I'm not sure I can quite match that because, as per usual, I've got the boring grand final. It's the one everyone's waiting for. It's Roehampton and Dr. Bowman. I've also given that respect to Warwick, who had a very respectable start to the tournament so far. No DQ wins on their part. It was a clean 3-0 to get themselves out of that Swiss, albeit, of course, there were teams missing there. Roehampton did have that early DQ, not being able to make it on day 1. I also couldn't fall for that same story for Barcelona, unfortunately. I gave him, I must say, a little bit of a pity win in that lower bracket versus Arcada, who I do actually look at as that stronger team. But the real interesting matchups for me to look at here, I would say, are Southampton versus Birmingham, which is going to be the first one on stream today. It's the closest in terms of seeding. I would say it's the closest in terms of talent as well. So I've got that one going to 7 and Southampton progressing as well. I've only got those 2 teams losing to Warwick, Arcada and Dr. Bowman, who are 3 teams that I respect very highly. But the fact that that upper final is today, and then Roehampton have to wait for all the matches to be played tomorrow and then start straight off in a grand final is what has me losing that first grand final series, just to get themselves a feel of the Rocket League and then let them get the job done in the second series.
I guess it actually makes sense when you figure Dr. Bowman would be playing on quite a tear, right? Going in cold against them would be tough. Rhino, let's see what you got going on here as far as your playoff bracket.
Yeah, the big one is going to be that top side. It's going to be the upper bracket semi-final, Dr. Bowman and Roehampton. I do have Roehampton going through as well. Dr. Bowman making that lower bracket run. I've got Birmingham, I think, being a little bit of a better team than maybe some of the other people so far do think. I think they've got the beating of Arcata. I think that game's going to be really, really good tomorrow. But as far as I'm concerned, I do agree with Pegasus that we're going to be seeing a Roehampton Dr. Bowman final. I say Roehampton get it done. There's one school of thought which says they're going to make the run tomorrow and they're going to have played a lot of Rocket League, but the counter to that is they're going to have played a lot of Rocket League. Will fatigue start setting in that grand final? Are they going to start to kind of feel the effect of having to play such high-level games and then make a couple of mistakes in that grand final? I think there's more to be said for the fresh team in Roehampton in that grand final. I think they get it done, but I think it goes all 7.
Oh, and all 7 there, no bracket reset being needed. We're going to do something fun here for our 4th, because I know, Ryan, you didn't get a chance to fill one of these out, but we did get our predictions from Mactfish, who I figure since he's not here to defend his picks, we'll let you go through and tear them apart as you will, you know?
Yep, and I'm seeing these blind because our producer kindly opted not to send them to me. So let me do a quick scan. So it has Roehampton winning. I'm a fan of that, but does have them dropping to lowers. That is an interesting one. 4-3 series score, very respectable. Warwick and Birmingham has Birmingham coming out on top and going all the way through to the lower bracket final. That's quite a bold prediction. I would maybe go for just replace Birmingham with Warwick from that upper bracket and lower bracket final. Elsewhere, I don't know, much of a muchness really. It is only kind of those last 4 series to us, I think, that kind of really are going to be the ones that make the difference in the bracket. I'm happy with the Roehampton win, to be honest. Do I think that they're going to do it via lower bracket and bracket reset? No. To be honest, I think Roehampton are going to be the ones to stay up in that upper bracket, but I would have the result exactly the same as Mactfish has got it there.
I feel like when you look across the 4, I think there's like 5 teams that we've seen across the top 4, so I feel like relatively close. I know mine's kind of the biggest outlier, admittedly, but yeah, we'll go ahead and I guess now that we've gotten to see how we are anticipating things to break down, let's actually go ahead and take a look as far as our first matchup that we do have here on the day. We kind of alluded to it just a little bit. Southampton versus Birmingham. I think a lot of us are anticipating this thing being a barn burner of a matchup. I think all of us had it either 6 or 7, I do believe, through predictions here. So I guess since we all kind of have at least an idea of predictions, let's go as far as what you're going to be looking for out on the pitch here. Let's start with you, Pegasus.
Same as usual, whenever Birmingham is on the pitch, I'm looking at that duo of Maj10 and Soraya. They've played together now for a few years in every single tournament. This isn't just for Birmingham anymore, it's been for many other organisations as well. So seeing how they work with Finty is going to be fascinating, especially because I know that third man on the roster does change quite a bit. I've seen Cosmaniac play for them, and last week, I would say, it feels like yesterday, they did end up having to qualify through that round 5, so it wasn't the quickest of starts for them. So here in the double elimination, they'll have to hit the ground running.
Rhino, I guess my question for you, knowing that on the other side of the bracket, you've got Bowman, you've got Roehampton, how important is it for these squads on the opposite side of the bracket to make sure you get off on the right foot? Because it feels like, I don't want to say it's like a free run to the upper bracket final, because we got 8 great teams here, but when you have the 2 top dogs on the other side, you feel like if you can get this one done, you should kind of have the hard challenge knocked off the box, right?
It makes a huge difference, and it's what we're talking about a little bit in the sense of you only get 2 lives in this double elimination bracket, right? The later you can use one of those lives in the competition, the better. So Southampton and Birmingham, this is a very close game. I'm excited to see what's happening on the field. Birmingham finished Swiss with 3 back-to-back 5-game series out of a possible 5. So they are known for taking games very, very close. Southampton also very, very similar in that regard. So I don't really know which way this is going to go. It's probably the first one of the day as far as these upper bracket matches go that I wouldn't like to predict. It's a bit of a coin flip. But for me, whoever does get through has a real kind of momentum to build on from that going forward.
It's definitely interesting. I mean, neither team, I would say, looking the most impressive through Swiss, while neither of them really looking like they're faltering by any stretch of the means either, right? Like just kind of coming in, getting the job done. And you know, for I guess my question for you, Orion, because we didn't get to see your predictions, and we'll kind of walk predictions back here just to kind of double check with games wise.
Sure.
But how are you seeing things breaking down here, Orion?
I mean, the literally last match that Southampton played in the Swiss was against Birmingham, went to a game 5 and Southampton won it. And it was the only game that Southampton won during Swiss that wasn't a forfeit win, because they had forfeit wins over Roehampton and Loughborough, lost 3-1 to Warwick. So, I don't know. Southampton know that previous week they've beaten Birmingham, but I mean, these players, especially Majten, Surya, Jim Jam Darksun, have been playing on these rosters for so long now. I imagine they have played against each other countless times in domestic competition, ranked six-mans. I don't know. Could swing either way. I think Southampton maybe slightly have the edge just because they've got the bragging rights of the win in Swiss, but it's a seesaw. I would really struggle to call it, but I know in our next segment I'm going to have to.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and actually let's go ahead and run it right there. Before we do get into those predictions, I know we kind of jumped through Swiss and we're waiting for our players to jump in here. So let's go ahead and backtrack here for a second. We're going to Quentin Tarantino this thing. We'll go back to Swiss. We're going to go all the way to the beginning here to kind of take a look at how our 8 teams that are going to be going into today got here. And I guess my question to you will walk through and we'll kind of go through our normal, I would say left to right, but we're now in this quad box. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Is there any team that I feel like stands out to you about how they got here? I feel like for me, I expected Barcelona to get here, but the fact that they had to go all the way to round 5, despite the fact they did benefit from the 2 forfeit wins, I think was probably the biggest surprise for me. But I wasn't sure what was standing out to you here, biggest.
Well, it was one that we highlighted at the end of the last stream, and I'm going to show it yet again. It's that journey for PXL. It started off with that forfeit win versus Loughborough, which is a shame that they were not able to make it to the competition because they are a very strong team in their own regards. But then going to game 5 against Dr. Boomin, that was all off camera. That all had us rather confused. They went into that neutral round versus Roehampton. You're thinking, my goodness, what a gauntlet they've had to run. They got swept there, go down to the 1-2. They claim another forfeit win. And then we actually got to watch that final matchup, Chichester versus PXL. And our one real criticism for that roster was they hadn't won a series on the pitch. They just showed up to the server and that was enough for them. This time, they actually showed up in the server. It was a lot different. It was a great performance versus Chichester, a team who many of us thought were going to be taking that series. And that for me was what really cemented themselves as a team deserving of that point, because Chichester was so close to qualifying. They were in that 2-0 bracket. They had earned their way into that 2-0 bracket. In fact, they're one of the only teams to play all 5 series, and they didn't make it at the hands of PXL.
Definitely an interesting route to see the way that they went through things, and a tough end as far as for things on the opposite side for sure. Rhino, I got to give credit where credit's due, man. You gave us some heads up on some teams I don't know everyone was looking out for, thinking of the likes of Orc and Arcata. So obviously the ball knower, but when you look as far as the 8 teams that got through, I feel like the top kind of, usual suspects, but was there anything that really kind of surprised you when we went through Swiss stages?
Yeah, a couple of things. You can obviously point towards Roehampton being qualified in the 3-1 stage rather than the 3-0, but of course that's due to a forfeit loss in round 1. And you actually have to look across at the games that Roehampton have actually played. They've got the best win-loss ratio out of anybody in the competition at this particular moment. 6 wins, 1 loss as far as games go. Even Dr. Boomin are on 9 wins and 2 losses right now. So as far as form goes, as far as what we expect to see, Roehampton are the ones in the ascendancy. They're the ones looking good. I am very surprised, obviously, that they're not in the 3-0, and I think that is going to that's why we're going to see that Boomin versus Boomin versus Roehampton game a little bit earlier than expected. But by the same token, I also want to give a shout out to the Finns, because I always want to. Arcada doing a great job of getting through 3-1. They looked really good going through that as well. Every game they played was very convincing, other than against one of the top 2 teams of the entire tournament. So credit where it's due.
Yeah, they looked good in Swiss. They got a tough draw to start off playoffs, though, up against Roehampton. So we'll have to see off cam how they do are able to pull off on that one. Now, Ryan, I know you weren't here with us on day number 2, but you did get to obviously look through the results falling back. And was there anything that kind of was like a oh wow sort of moment for you?
I think just looking, I think the storyline of Bath and Northampton needs to be spoken about, because Bath got absolutely slapped in their first series, lost 0-3 to Chichester, then got a forfeit win, then lost again in game 5 to Birmingham, then got another forfeit win, ended up on 2-2, and just had Northampton standing in their way. They hadn't won a series yet on the field, and then just went ahead and beat Northampton. And Northampton, they must have been feeling so gutted. They'd won 2 series on the pitch, 3-1 and 3-1, just had Bath standing in their way, who had been handed those 2 forfeit victories, and they couldn't pull it off. So I do feel a little bit gutted for Northampton, but hey, that's the nature of the beast. Unfortunately, Bath rocked up to that series despite not recording a win on the pitch, but they clutched up when it mattered, and now they find themselves in the top 8. See how far they can go, though. I'd maybe describe their performance in Swiss as shaky, and would perhaps expect to see them be one of the first to drop out here.
Well, sometimes it really is more about the destination than the journey. They did the important thing, which is getting through to the top 8. So now it's going to be about seeing how they can play today and set the stage as far as for tomorrow. I see we got players getting to the pitch and just about ready to head on in. So we'll go ahead and flip on back as far as our focus going to this first matchup here on the day, where we've got Southampton versus Birmingham. Let's start from right to left. Orion, we're going to start with you. Go ahead and hit me with your prediction. Give me a game count with it.
I am going to go Southampton 3-2, repeat of the result in Swiss.
Got best of 7s today. You thinking 4-3 then?
Yep, give me 4-3. I did not know that.
All right. How about you, Rhino? How you feeling?
Oh, I don't like this. This is a really tough one. Listen, they proved on the field last week that this really could go either way. In my prediction, I've got Southampton in 4-3. Orion's just said that. Sure, I'll stick with it. I'll stick to my guns. Southampton to just get it over the line.
Southampton just getting it over the line. All right. Pegasus, that leaves it with you to help us please avoid the death sweep number 1.
He's not going to.
Well, in my prediction, I did go for Birmingham in that game 7. I had a few things that I had to predict to go my way for that to still be the case. So give me a sec. Okay. It's still Birmingham. I'm going to double down. I will break this sweep. Unfortunately, I was the cursed predictor last time and didn't get a single one correct. So full apologies to Maj, Soraya, and Finty if this doesn't go their way. That one's on me, lads.
Well, then hit me with this then. What is the game plan that will be needed for Birmingham to make sure that they get this thing across the finish line?
I just want to see them control the game from a bit earlier on. So many of their series went the distance in that Swiss stage. Or they got absolutely pummeled, or they were losing via a sweep. They did get that first round, of course, against the Bulgarian side, who had their first time in main event. I'm not really looking at that one all too much, as I am the other 4 rounds. So I just need them to hit the ground running. It's double elimination time. This has to be pure business. You are already in the main event, but now you've culled half the herd, and you've got to prove you're one of the top dogs. There's no easy games anymore.
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo on the 2 that predicted Southampton. You know what, Rhino, hit me with it. What's the game plan for Southampton to want to walk away with the dub here?
Do what you did last week. There's not too much to it than that. Southampton played a fantastic game last week. They made sure that they were on top throughout pretty much the entire series, even in the games they lost, they still looked like they were the dominant side. They just got a little bit unlucky. So tighten up on defense a little bit, play the game that you want to play, and you've already proven that doing things that way is going to beat this Birmingham team. So as long as they keep doing that, they'll be all right.
All right, my question to you. You chose Southampton here. Let's say we're 3 games through this series. Birmingham find themselves up. You still have the faith in Southampton, or is this one of those things where they really got to come out and dictate the pace from the word go?
That's a tough question. I'd really have to look at how that Game 5 came to be. I don't think Liquipedia shows me that, but you know, if it's a kind of like flip-flop series, back and forth, doesn't really favor either team. That's maybe what I'm kind of expecting. I'm not really expecting, you know, that, I don't know, what did you say, 3-0 and then the comeback? I think at 3-0 in a best of 7, or even 2-0 in a best of 7, that series is starting to get away from you a little bit. I think if we kind of just slowly inch our way up to that Game 7, like 2-2, 3-2, and then if you can secure that 3-3 from either side, then I think we're talking business. I think if we see 2-0, 3-0 happen, I don't see a reverse sweep. I think it's all about just kind of staying with your competition, right? They hit you, you hit them back just as hard, and then we go through the series like that. I can see 4-3 either way, but I'm sticking with Southampton.
Well, you know what? I see we've got 6 players just about ready to get on out to the pitch. Go ahead and throw Southampton under my name as well. We're going to go ahead and go with a 4-2 for me. And with that being said, and with 2 grand finalists from our last 2 championships on the other side of our bracket, these 2 teams look to start their run through the upper bracket on the right foot. Only one can avoid going to the lower for now. It's Southampton versus Birmingham. Let's go ahead and get down and do what it do.
A kingdom once united clashes for the collegiate crown as a coastal city combines versus the West Midlands class of 26 to cause chaos. The last time these 2 teams played was a qualification match that went the full distance, but the stakes are higher and the series is longer. Ladies and gentlemen, this is to kick off the top 8 of the Uni Rocketeers, brought to you by myself, Sir Pegasus and Orion. We have kickoff.
Kickoff in favour of Southampton to start things off, but it is Vinti on the back line to try and send things forward. Shot comes through, backboard not defended. Surya touch up rather than out. Here's Match 10 over towards Surya. Southampton immediately happy to give Birmingham space on the defence just to hit the ball towards them in the opening exchanges. They're not challenging in the midfield just yet, but they are coming forward with the ball and plenty of boost. We'll see how that strategy, how that play style pays off for them.
Match 10 though, already up, backboard free, gets the reads! And oftentimes we call game 1 in a best of 7 the settler. It's taken seconds for Match 10. A wonderful layup on that backboard. A Southampton defender jumped early, but it was never the net that was the target. Birmingham 1-0.
30 seconds gone as well. It did not take long for Match 10 to start flexing his mechanical muscles. Has been playing in the UK leagues in the Uni Rocketeers for Birmingham for so long now. I don't know how this guy is still allowed to be at university at this point. He's on his 2nd PhD at this point, you have to say, but still tearing up the UK scene. Is that another goal? It is an open net. Match 10 inside 1 minute doubles the advantage for Birmingham and doubles his own tally on the scoreboard.
Well, clearly intelligence cover all these degrees. Intelligence on the pitch as well. Did well to take up that space, timed his run to pure perfection. But of course the pass was laid off nicely from the Birmingham teammate. For Southampton though, this is a disastrous start, but could turn it around with an early shot of the kick-off. Match 10 though, showing off his defensive capabilities despite what we've already seen in the final third. Vinti is blocked off by Dark Sun Saraya. Misses that ball in his own corner. Match 10 caught upon again. Bumped out of play, but a shot does not reach from Southampton. That's a wasted opportunity.
Yeah, that needed the dagger blow there from Southampton, and ultimately the ball was missed just yards in front of the goal, which was gaping wide open for them, but could not convert it. I spoke in the opening 30 seconds that Southampton weren't really challenging in the midfield. They are starting to do so now. I don't think that it was the play giving Birmingham all of that space, because Birmingham just continuing to punch holes through the defense and get those 2 early goals. Southampton now with their backs against the wall might concede another one, but Surya they're able to cut the danger out of. Surya, cutting the danger out on the wrong side of the pitch as he takes the ball across the backboard.
What a hole punching schemes don't stop! And Saraya pierces through the defense. It's a wonderful pass from Finty, but this is picture perfect from the angle. Jim Jam's not going to be able to get back in time. It is 3 goals with still 3 minutes. This is an unbelievable start to the playoffs.
Yeah, Southampton really just not showing up so far. I'm expecting a lot more from them. I don't think that this was what we'll see from them the whole series. Obviously, they beat this Birmingham team in Swiss just last week, and there's one back for Southampton. A beautiful 45-degree flick, just piling on the pressure just in front of goal. Great catch there and past the player on the backboard. They do get one back, and we've still got more than half the game to go.
And for the viewers' reference, 17 is HKR of Southampton. Did well to qualify through round 4 during the Swiss stage, but now having to face Birmingham yet again. There's definitely fury in the way they have opened up this series. There's definitely an intent to pick up that revenge. It's been a dirty start for them. Maj10 looks to create some more damage. Jim Jam is in the corner with HKR. It's cleared off, remains in that same spot. Saraya might have just pierced the lines, but it's corner to corner, still safety for Southampton. But these defensive capabilities need to be matched with some transition.
And here it is from HKR, using all of his boost, but can't quite maintain that air dribble there. Jim Jam over the top of one, Dark Sun demo onto Finty, and that is just going to stifle the attack, allow Southampton to transition onto offense. Here is Jim Jam. What can he do in the air? Can't really get control, but does get the ground pinch. Punted away to safety by Finty. Can he get control? Maj takes over. Finty takes over. Flip reset secured. Can't get it past the defense, but it once again is Birmingham asking the questions of Southampton on defense, who really have not had that much going forwards.
All back. It's going to be Sarai to boom it up. Looking for that second touch. Does reach in. No one is back in time. Too much pace. So quick with the touches. And Southampton haven't been awake for the task.
Doesn't seem like it. There were 2 players there for Southampton in their own defensive third, despite begging for a challenge in the midfield, and I think that's just been where they've been lacking the most. In that middle third of the pitch, they've just been allowing Birmingham to walk all over them, and it's been hurting them so much. Too much space given, whether it's Birmingham that are doing a good job of starving boost, or Southampton's reluctance to send that second man forward just to force a challenge, you know, not even to try and get a touch on the ball, just to make Birmingham adjust their read, adjust their stance, adjust their rotations. They're just not quite able to fluster Birmingham at the moment.
You're right, it's just that lack of responsibility, like you mentioned, from that first man especially. You want to somewhat sacrifice yourself into the play, force it for that second man, but even still, that second player hasn't exactly been available. That's how that 4th goal got scored just then for Birmingham. A chance, though, to find a man in the inside. It's stopped well by Finty. Jim Jan is blocked off again by Saraya. Has enough boost of the tank to just carry this one forward. No 50s needed. A fake is enough. Dark Sun keeps it close. Maj10 again finding a teammate. Finty will flick away from that one, but there's always just that backup plan readily available for Birmingham. So even if they do make this quick mistake, Southampton still feel like there's no route for escape.
5-1 in game 1 is a statement. Big assist. Where does Southampton go from here? I mean, we've highlighted their weaknesses, their flaws in this game. Is it just a case of fixing those, or Birmingham just running away with this already?
Well, it's a pleasure that we can have a cams for the playoffs of the Southampton players, and you can see on their faces that they're disappointed with how this one has started. There just needs to be a bit more energy in their game. Birmingham have come out the gates looking fast, playing really dynamically amongst the three players. Sometimes you'll see them boom for the pass across. Sometimes you'll see them play it close. They'll go for those 50s. There's a lot of creativity in the way they play. But now for Southampton, it feels like they're playing in autopilot, and usually we talk about players being in flow state as a good thing. For them, this is a detriment at the moment, and Birmingham have just been able to outpsych them.
Yeah, maybe they're just kind of, watching the ball instead of watching the play. Just, kind of waiting for that touch to come to them, and by the time they've reacted to it, there's already a Birmingham player just barreling down on them and beating them to that ball in the midfield. And also, crucially, not just beating them to the ball, but also getting a touch which finds a teammate. That third player for Birmingham has not been scared to push up either and apply that pressure. 5 goals going in game 1 is just testament to how much offense Birmingham were able to put up throughout the entirety of that game.
And whilst it took only 30 seconds for Birmingham to score the first goal of the series, we do still need to look at a bigger picture here. It's been best of 5 throughout the entirety of Uni Rocketeers up to this point. We haven't seen best of 3 since the qualifiers, but now it is best of 7. You do have that time to put yourself back into the fight. But for this second game, I need to see something from Southampton. Otherwise, unfortunately, that's going to feel like a hole too deep to crawl yourself out of.
See how this one unfolds. Reminder, if you are just joining us, we played this exact series last week, just a best of 5. That time it was Southampton, but Birmingham once again inside the opening 30 seconds have got themselves on the board. Surya catches that one beautifully, takes it round, and Dark Sun, no boost in the tank, can't quite get back. And once again, Birmingham first blood in game 2.
That was a gorgeous goal, and Soraya knew it. You look at his cam, he had a big smile on his face, let out a little giggle. They're having fun out there, in Southampton need to take a chance to wipe those smiles off their faces. It's a quick goal off the kickoff. It's exactly what Southampton needed. And it all comes from that quick challenge coming from the man who calls himself 17, but it's HKR.
Yep. That is exactly what Southampton needed and what they weren't able to produce in the previous series. An equalising goal here, but Birmingham once again barreling down on the match, was looking for the flip reset off of that air dribble, but Surya is going to pick it up, takes it to the ceiling, can't get the touch for himself, but does get it back to Finty, who can't get the reset and was just left hanging in front of net. But look how quickly Maj there as third man pushes up, keeps the pressure on. They are not afraid, Birmingham, of sending that third man straight up for that challenge and just continuing to pile it on Southampton. Oh, that's a good touch from HKR though. Can Jim Jam do something with this? Looks for the reset, looks for the ground pitch instead. Beautiful fake. Can't make the play work.
It was a really tough ball to control, even with the boost that he had of the tank. And that resets back across to Finty, which HKR has been given. Net which seemed open. Saya gets there in time. Jim Jam on the follow. Sneaks it past Maj 10. Fingertips left bruised during the replay. And this is going to be a short moment of recovery. It's been a huge recovery for the Southampton players. It's their first lead of the series.
Yeah, much better positioning from Southampton there. They knew the offense was on and they just threw everything in the kitchen sink at it. Something that they've been reluctant to do in game 1, and it has given them a 1-goal advantage here. Jim Jam smothering that one home. HKR isn't going to get back to this one, just opts to rotate behind both of his teammates. There's a demo there that could open things up for Birmingham. Nobody on the backboard, but HKR is going to get their first match. Has the shot. Jim Jam covering at the back post, but it's still all Birmingham. Demo attempt onto Surya. Does manage to get a piece of it. Madge tries for the shot. Now it's just hanging in the midfield, but there is a player from Southampton back to make that vital save.
Surya again. Just booms it across. Jim Jam manages to clear it off to the side. Maj 10 still waiting. There are Birmingham players ready to pounce, but it's all going to have to start back from their own third. Maj 10 going to be the next in line. Has to find a teammate. Finty's hung across and kept little boost to get that flip reset. It's going to be enough to take it over 1. Now ball's pressed high. And Birmingham are going to initiate it. They're tightening on that defense. Jim Jam's managed to find a route of escape. Finty still clears off to the corner, and this is a lot more two-sided than what we saw in the opener. But Finty tries to bring it back. Jim Jam wasn't challenged all too much. It was a rather weak shot towards the end of it. Dark Sun cuts off his own teammate, but that's not going to be too costly of a double commit.
Yeah, Finty especially is just controlling the game really well. You saw him on defense there in such an awkward spot, but just takes a couple of touches onto his own backboard and almost ends up all the way down the other end with a goal scoring opportunity. So really liking, as well as Birmingham, you know, playing fast, going for those midfield challenges. When the ball comes to Finty, he just takes his time, just looks at what's in front of him, looks at what he can do with the ball, goes for the smart play instead of just hit and hope back to Southampton. And it is allowing Birmingham to stay in possession for extended periods of time, like we're seeing now. Even if they don't get the goal, they're just starving Southampton of boost and just asking questions.
I love the creativity in the Hail Marys, always a player higher in the corner. And this time it's Finty yet again. There's intelligence both on and off the ball. The team is connected. They've been teammates for quite some time now. And that all clicks into place for the top 8.
2 goals apiece. This game has a much different feel about it, doesn't it, Pegasus? We were at 4-1 at this time in game 1. Southampton have dropped the ball a little bit. I want to say Birmingham are starting to warm up and look like their game 1 selves as we tick down into the final minute here. Infield pass does not connect from Madge, but he is going to get back to this one with a ceiling pinch and just keep that ball in the Southampton half temporarily. They are trying their best to get it upfield, but the bumps coming through onto HKR. Is that open net from Saya? No. It is going to be Jim Jam picking it up in the corner. Madge again with that challenge. Madge just always seems to be there for that 50-50. So it's so frustrating to play against players like that. They just seem to be absolutely everywhere, beating you to the ball in all areas of the pitch. But Madge is playing that disruption role absolutely beautifully right now.
But a player needs to be available off that back wall. There was one there, still couldn't get a shot off. Match 10 has been called to action with that 50-50. It's now low boost of a defense. It was all used in the offensive half, and HKR can pick up the lead. Goal 5, which feels like it potentially could be golden for them. You spoke about the frustration of being stuck in your defense, but that's a two-way street when you've been planted into that opponent's half for so long, and the one chance you let slip away finally resets towards kickoff positions.
That was a bit of a wild goose chase there. The pinch over to the left-hand side, the fast shot onto the backboard. You saw all 3 Birmingham players just locked onto ball cam, looking left and right, but they couldn't work out where it was going, and in the end it went straight into the back of their net. And now only 15 seconds left to try and find something. They're trying to send everything in the midfield. That's a slightly open net. Jim Jam with a beautiful touch down towards Dark Sun, looks for the pinch, just has to get those 50-50s in the midfield, keep it away from the Birmingham players who have sent everything upfield. Aren't going to get to that one. And honestly, against the grain, Southampton tie the series up, losing game 1 5-1 to come back and win game 2 3-2. So this is exactly what I wanted to see from them. We are now at 1 game apiece, and maybe, just maybe, Pegasus slowly walking towards that game 7 that so many of us on the desk were predicting.
And admittedly, Southampton didn't look all too different defensively. Their shot-stopping capabilities were still there. Sure, they still let 2 Birmingham goals slip, but Birmingham is a team that so far has felt like it is all about the offense. Even when they're in their own half, they'll have a player running away for those Hail Mary passes down the pitch, ready to create all over again. So for Southampton to be able to bunker down and now add that transition off the back of their game, they are looking a lot stronger. This is truly a clash of play styles, and I am all for it. This is one that we could go really down to the weeds and analyze for hours and hours and hours, but unfortunately we don't have those fortunes today, Orion, because game 3 is already ready, and it's going to be Neo Tokyo.
Neo Tokyo will feature game number 3, and already this series has such a different feel about it. Game 1, it was already starting to look like Birmingham had the upper hand, had the game plan figured out, had Southampton figured out, and now Southampton have woken up in game number 2. They are here to play. We do have a series on our hands. Is it going to be Birmingham again with the first goal?
Oh.
Yes, it is. Only 14 seconds this time, so Southampton shooting themselves in the foot there a little bit. Big miss from Jim Jam. Wide open net for Surya to just plant the ball into. and Birmingham get first blood once more, 3 games in a row.
This has been a guarantee, and they've done so within 30 seconds every single time. Southampton have constantly had to be on that chase, but we saw how they could step up in that second game. They were able to pick up that equaliser within the next 30. We didn't even see a free at the top of our screens by that time. 17 will set up. Surya is beaten by Jim Jones. Dark Sun against Vinci. Vinci tucks away on that post with nothing in the tank, no momentum behind him. It's a very simple task here for the Southampton player. Just place it as far as possible and you will find yourself in equality.
Yeah, Fincy just completely motionless there. I don't know whether I don't know whether that was positioning or whether it was some kind of technical issue, but the game being paused
Makes
does
sense.
confirm that Fincy there was not part of that gameplay and hence the easy goal. But Pegasus, if that one doesn't count, Birmingham still maintain that 1 goal advantage. You know, they've scored first 3 games in a row. Gone on to win that first game 5-1. Gone on to lose the second one. They're doing the right things to start out the game, but Southampton clearly are starting to warm up into the series and warm up as the game goes on because they were able to overcome that deficit.
Yeah, this is a team that's absolutely about the ramp-up potential. At the moment, it was a strange way to see the pause go across as well, Orion, because there was a bit of movement on that final defender. But clearly, there was some ping issues that they are trying to resolve now, and now we just wait to see if there is going to be a decision made there, whether that will be whether that will stand or be overturned. And either way, it's uncomfortable for Southampton to be in, to know that that goal could potentially go away. Even if it does stick, you want to see them have all of that momentum behind them, because something about them taking a pause and then going back to that kickoff is just completely cursed for them, Orion. They've conceded every time.
So the goal is not being disputed, I am told in my ears.
Okay.
So we will be starting from 1 goal apiece, all evens, as we were in the previous game, resuming very shortly. So yeah, one goal apiece. Southampton equalising just as quickly as they did in the previous game, all tied up. Do you think we seesaw here, or do you think Southampton win 2 on the bounce, Pegasus?
It's been very tough to call, especially with how that last game was going. Of course, Southampton definitely did ramp up in that middle game especially, but they had me a bit concerned in that last minute especially. There was a moment where I thought that Birmingham could definitely have taken that one to an overtime. There was definitely a chance that the scoreline could have been extended in their favour rather than Southampton's. It was that one counter-attacking opportunity where Birmingham was caught low and boost. They'd bit off a little bit more than they can shoot. So if they are able to control just the amount of resources they have at their disposal when they are launching that offense and think a bit more two-sided, I do see this actually turning more in that Birmingham favour and potentially not swinging back. But Southampton have definitely been a team on the recovery.
Yeah, definitely have. You're already seeing the midfield start to be more contested by Southampton. They started out, as you said, maybe a little bit half asleep. Maybe it was part of the game plan just to let Birmingham hit the ball towards them. That didn't work out. Now they are making sure that they have that second player going as fast as they possibly can to get that 50-50 or beat the man in the midfield. And it's working for them. They won the previous game. Here's Dark Sun off the backboard. Free double tap. Sinks it beautifully. Player in the net. No worries. Dark Sun. 2-1 Southampton.
And this is all in how that first touch goes. He knows he's not going to have much boost left of a tank to readjust himself afterwards. But with the small amount he had, he was already on such a good trajectory. The mechanics are in lock now for Southampton. The confidence is starting to show itself in the game as well. Here's confidence from Vinci to go for the Psycho instead. It recycles back into the centre of the park. Match 10's been able to take it for himself. Jumps over one. The second is going to be too tough to beat. Vinci takes it off his teammate and Surya with that double commit ends up too high in the play.
Yeah, a bit of a missed decision there from Finty. Could have dropped it down for a teammate or did obviously take the shot on, but it needs to be on target if you're going to choose that option, and it wasn't. Another double touch attempt for Southampton, blocks this time off the backboard. Surya all the way over the top. Maj trying to follow up best as he can, but Dark Sun challenging on that halfway line, as we've seen him do so often now. Dark Sun, arguably the fastest player for Southampton, is providing that disruption role that we've seen Maj 10 play so well on the side of Birmingham. So it really is a kind of clash of the titans now. Maj 10 and Dark Sun in the midfield, just providing that pressure, trying to force the ball forwards onto the backboard or into the corners. So we're seeing a much more even contest now, Pegasus.
Certainly, and Maj 10 is looking to bring this game back to equality. Blocked off, though, by Jim Jam towards those corners. Surya's patient, even with the boost of the tank. Let's make sure to keep those resources high. Now Finty potentially set up, looks to go alone, but double tap doesn't land. Instead, you hear the sound of that fourth defender being put into play. Maj 10's got an awkward angle, did find the target. Finty, though, will launch this one high. Southampton have been given a moment of recovery, but with Maj 10 immediately clamping himself back on the play, Southampton are not out the woods yet. Options are there in field, but ultimately we've remained in the corner. There's been no valuable strike yet found, despite the time spent in the final third. This could be it, but a miss is there, a misread from both players on either side.
Yeah, you could see the boost situation there for Southampton getting pretty diabolical. It was, I believe, HKS that had to go all the way out to the mid boost and just leave the defense, and that net was pretty open for Birmingham, but they just couldn't capitalize. Shot comes through, this time on the side of Southampton, saved away, and a pinch is an awkward one to read for Birmingham. Once again, we saw in the previous game they had a bit of a hard time reading those pinches as they came towards their defense. This time they have transitioned onto offense again in the midfield. It's Maj 10 versus Dark Sun, two 50-50s, or in the corner. Pass back for Finty. They're not on the same wavelength. The double tap isn't found either. Dark Sun, can he get the angle on this? Can't be beaten to that by Finty. 1 minute left. Southampton still have the advantage. They can play the ball in their own half if they want to, but they are searching and trying to seek out that third goal.
Surya was delayed to that attack, had to let Maj 10 leapfrog the position first. Like I mentioned before, always like to have a player high. And whilst Maj 10 was the primary focus, Surya was really the one to look out for. Underlapping both players, beating through Jim Jam. And in the final minute, it's Birmingham's turn to bring the game back to closed.
Yeah, no wonder the defense was surprised. I was looking at Maj 10 there, and all of a sudden, Surya comes through the picture. Surya comes through the picture once again for the kickoff goal. And Southampton thought they had this game all tied up, all wrapped up. Never mind, Birmingham 2 goals in as many seconds, and it is now Birmingham on the front foot.
But they've had to make those late comebacks. In games previous, they secured their winner in the final minute of regulation in Game 2. And Birmingham, with that ping disadvantage early in the game, with 1 goal stripped away from them, they've still been able to fight back against the adversity. It looks more likely with the positioning that this scoreline could be extended before it's equal. Time now running out for Southampton. Maj 10 and Surya just lets time go by in their own half. Surya's up quick, doesn't get the touch, but it's still in the Southampton corner. That heavy ball is still only going to find blue cards. Jim Jam can't fight through. 1 second remains. The floor is lava. And 17 must keep it up.
No
but
way.
Again, now finding Jim Jam. Double tap won't land. It's Surya to take your MVP and to close down the game in Birmingham's favour.
That did not look like Birmingham's game, did it? Like, what, we had 40 seconds left on the clock, and Southampton looked comfortable. They were playing keep away, and all of a sudden the game just flipped on its head, and it was decided by those pesky kickoff goals. They can happen at any time, and they usually do. Southampton are going to be feeling gutted about that one, but once again, a 3-2 scoreline, an equally closely fought game to Game 2, and I still believe that it could go any way. It is Birmingham on the front foot, but having won Game 1 5-1 and then losing the second one, I think anything is possible here.
Well, we predicted all of us, I believe, that this game was going to go to either the 6th or the 7th later down the line. We're now guaranteed that Game 5 will be on our screens. It's up for Southampton now to change that and to make one of our predictions fall true. But again, it's those pesky kickoffs right at the very end, and the kickoffs that had historically been in the Southampton favour as well when it had come to those quick counter punches once Birmingham had got themselves in the lead. But they've been in this position before. They've had to chase the series down. They've brought us back to equality. We've seen a best of 7 turn into a best of 5. How about a best of 3? The final format we've not seen quite yet.
Yeah, I fully have faith in Southampton to get another game on the board here. I think that would really set us up for that kind of grandstand finish that we were all hyping up, we were all talking about. I mean, Southampton, or Birmingham, I should say, were big fans of going all the way to 5 games in Swiss, and it looks like they are setting themselves up to go all the way here. It is 2-1 in the series currently, and yeah, Southampton are going to be trying their absolute hardest to get things to 2-2 here. Where do we go from 2-2, Pegasus? Do you think like the seesaw is so far seesawing? Will it continue to seesaw, or will the seesawing stop seesawing?
Goodness. I've got to look back in the Mind Palace and report back what I can see, but I'm not quite sure what I saw. Birmingham have so far had all the odds. Southampton have had all the evens. And I did see this curse broken. We did actually witness, I believe, Birmingham and Southampton's last series. Unfortunately, Orion, when you could not share the desk with us last week on that Thursday, we watched the team stream over during round 4 when ours couldn't quite get underway. And it was actually a very similar series. You'd see Birmingham look completely dominant. There's no way that they would be able to drop down a later game, and then Southampton would start to click that bit extra, and Birmingham would start to get a bit overzealous in their attacks as well, and punished in due time. So as much as we would like to predict, this has been the most unpredictable matchup of Uni Rocketeers, and I'll go as far to say I'm not sure that's going to change for the rest of this competition. Of course, there's always Dr. Boomin and Roehampton, but Birmingham and Southampton might just be that secondary group of opponents that we should be looking out for.
Well, we've had 45 seconds and still Birmingham yet to score an opening goal, as they have done in the previous 3 games. See if they can get it inside that first minute, although it does look like we are going to be having a change in the trend. That's a lovely drop down from Dark Sun, but didn't quite have the venom and power behind it that was necessary. Oh, it's down the other end. Is it open? No. So yeah, back into the mixer, but a bit of an overcommit. See what Finty can do. He is being absolutely hounded in net, though. It's put across the midfield, but Surya with a nice little doink there over to the right-hand side. Dark Sun once again playing that fast, disruptive role, just gets a piece of the ball. But here comes Finty for Birmingham. Gets it over 1, can't get it over 2. Takes control, not on the same wavelength as Surya there as he takes it around his teammate, but into that 3rd man role. Once again, it is back and forth, tooth and nail Pegasus, but still no opening goal found for either side.
And Mush 10 progressing the play into Southampton territory. That one will not break past the goal line. 17 gets 2 touches on that left wall, booms it across. Mush 10 sends it right back. It's a game of tennis to get us started, but Finty, usually the player to let the ball settle, is beaten at the front post by Dark Sun. It's going to be another pinch across. Why don't we boom it again? Finty's turn. Not much power. Jim Jam stays in the half, and now Southampton have been able to rotate to good positions, but a beat is too tough to play. Maj 10 again closes down that space, but Finty with the control. We still wait for that first real central breakaway.
Oh, that's a nice reset, but an even better read from Madge, despite the touch from the Southampton player. Finty onto his own backboard, just takes Dark Sun out of the play, but Jim Jam has a bit of space to work with. No challenge coming through yet. Madge jumping nice and early to meet it, though. So yeah, going to take that 100 boost away from Dark Sun, who is going to have to retreat. So that was important boost steal for Birmingham there. So you're now once again on the ball. Is he going to get to this one first? Has a little bit of space, tries to use that double jump to get himself down to the ground quickly, but isn't going to result in any sustained pressure just yet. Finty, nice drop down. Madge was there. Net fully stacked. Finty backflip, tries to get it centered, but third man very rightly does not want to commit for that one. Would have been a big overcommit on Birmingham's half, and all it takes is one long clear like that and you are in trouble.
This has been a very different natured game compared to what we've seen for the rest of this series, Orion. It's low scoring. It feels like any single one could be the decider, but Southampton still locked down of a defense. Vinty going for the sidewall read. 17 will have to clear across the Trin Jam. Oftentimes they have cleared it straight towards a blue card. They've done it yet again, but it's a heavy touch which will favour 17. Darksun almost lands the dunk off the flip preset. But March 10 back towards the corner. Jim Jam plays it high, but that was against a play that was already heading towards a Southampton player. Now they've had to make the ball work back from their own third. Finty's landed a demo. Jim Jam has a tough angle to try and find two plays to beat, but stepping up is that second man. And that's just got to find the targets.
I was going to say, that felt like the moment there. It was a beautifully worked pass from Jim Jam, and the shot was just begging to be hit on target, but couldn't quite find it. Match 10 now with a flick, with a demo, but it's not going to matter. Darksun booms long, knows it's a 2v3 for the time being. Does he get that boost steal? Doesn't look like it, so Darksun sliding out of position with not a whole lot of boost. He's going to have to rotate all the way back round. So, yeah, tries to send it through. Jim Jam awkward there. Madge controls it beautifully. Flick onto the backboard. Tries to get the bump as well. It's right in front of the net. And it's squeezed through by Finty.
And it felt like it was a long time coming. But of course, Southampton make them work until the very bitter end. Finally, juice is squeezed from the fruits. Birmingham take goal one, and it might be the only one we see in this regulation.
It's taken 4.5 minutes, but Birmingham maintain the stat. They have scored first, and now they've only left Southampton with just 20 seconds to try and find an equaliser. The ball is in the corner, and that's a big clear from Match 10. Met by Jim Jam. Match there again with a flip reset, just burning time off the clock. HKS tries to get it forward, denied by Birmingham. They go 3-1 up in the series, on to a match point. But if we have learnt anything, Pegasus, it's that we should never count Southampton out.
Absolutely not, but now the pattern has been broken. It was all odds for Birmingham, even for Southampton. Now Birmingham have finally been able to go on the breakaway, create that 2-game win difference for themselves in the series score, and they didn't score in those first 30 seconds. And I was thinking to myself, Orion, perhaps this is it. Southampton have broken past the barrier. This is their time to equal up the series yet again, and perhaps pick up a little bit more momentum for themselves as well. Instead, that was a completely Birmingham-dominated game for me. They pressed them down in their own half of the entire time. The save count had to be ridiculously high for Southampton. I believe it was 8 total. And that's just what happens when you allow 12 shots against you in 5 minutes of Rocket League. Albeit, they did well to keep those opportunities out and only lose to 1.
Yeah, there was a lot of saves from Southampton. They had to work hard on defense, but ultimately they couldn't work hard enough. Birmingham was still able to get that one goal through with just 30 seconds left and leave Southampton scrambling. Southampton themselves have called a timeout. They know it's Birmingham's match point. If they were going to call a timeout at any point, it's going to be now. Just a mental reset. What can we do differently? What can we do better? What are their weaknesses? What are our strengths? They managed to come back from a 5-1 loss in game 1. I think they've got the mental for it. It's just having the IQ and the intelligence to go, okay, here's the game plan. Like, if we play like this, we lose. If we play like this, maybe we have a chance, right? So, yeah, they've got 30 seconds left on their timeout, making full use of that. What do you think they're talking about, Pegasus? Put me in the mind of Darksun.
I'm not sure this is a position they particularly talk about the gameplay. They know that they're good enough to put this game back towards themselves. We've seen that earlier in the series. Birmingham did not do all too much special in that last game. It was the same game plan they've been doing the entire series, but again, we just lost that transitional play from Southampton. I'd like to say with that extra 60 cents they took, was just to calm down a little bit, alleviate the pressure of what was such a stressful 5 minutes of Rocket League. Approach this one with an open mind. It's 0-0, 4 minutes out, 50 seconds left on the clock. And give them hell. You've pushed them to the full extent of the series before. What stops you from doing it yet again? Bofinti, the curse is back. First 30 seconds, Birmingham put themselves in the lead.
Not really sure what's happened for Southampton there. You saw Dark Sun on the left, so Southampton had the right idea. They were looking for each other, but Birmingham playing chess with them. One step ahead of the curve, immediately cut out, and ultimately that passing play resulted in an overcommit, and Birmingham, as you say, score the first goal for the 5th game in a row, and for what feels like 4 out of 5 games in the first 30 seconds. So we'll see if Birmingham dominate or if Southampton are able to pick themselves up, dust themselves off, and just keep going at it.
Marsh-10 off his own backboard. 17 is low. It's a great 50 from Marge, and a flick over as well will help set up the play, but Finzi hesitant with his teammate right in front. Didn't want to cause an unfortunate double commit, or Lord forbid a team bump as well. Southampton still have to scramble their way out of this position. This should fall favourably to Finzi, who does have boost of a tank. It's a great setup first touch as well. The flip reset is good, and it sneaks past one, but Jim Jam is going to be too much to ask for. Soraya keeps it close. What a fascinating way to get the double flip reset. But Southampton alleviate a bit more of that pressure. You can feel them slowly building their way out of defense, but every single boost grab is going to be so significant for them, because Birmingham have played so aggressive to those wider corners, and they are constantly equipped.
Yeah, you talked about flow states earlier. Southampton looked like they were in a negative one. Birmingham in this game looked like they were in absolute dreamland. Just like, you remember that scene in The Matrix where Neo was just fighting what's his name, fighting Smith, and like, you know, he's not even looking at him, he's just blocking punches, stopping bullets. It's exactly how Birmingham are looking right now. They're just fully flowing, they're on each other's wavelengths, and Southampton arguably in that opening 2 minutes we saw there probably looked as shaky as they did in game 1, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. Unfortunately, it's not been great from them. It's less the likes of, you know, a Muhammad Ali. You're dodging all the punches. Yeah, you've been brought back to the ropes, but you're not facing a single hit. This is, you know, a bit of standing up just on the final count. You're at that 1 second. You're about to have that ball find the back of your net, and then there is just that goal line clearance. They bring the ball past that halfway line. They make Birmingham reset, but with that reset, they then invite them back in, and they're not able to get the back out with actual possession back in their favour. That's what's really hurt me so far watching Southampton play, because it just feels like they are so close every single time to getting out of danger against a Birmingham team which historically has been weak on the counter-attack, and they just cannot get that connecting touch together.
I mean, you say Birmingham have been weak on the counter-attack. For me, Finzi has always been that player, like, does as much as he can with the ball, and then doesn't really tend to hang around. Like, just lets Madge and Surya then take over, use that boost advantage, immediately goes into, like, that hard third man role. And whenever a long ball comes through, it always seems to be Finzi just, you know, being able to control the ball, transition straight back onto offense, and then is that first man to just carry the play forwards and start that attack for Birmingham. I don't know if you feel about the same way, as Madge gets a beautiful save on the goal line right after the restart there. But for me, Finzi has been the one to have some control for Birmingham and really kind of just narrate and dictate the flow of play.
He'll be the player which for many people will go under the radar, especially when Surya and Marsh-10 are scoring all the goals, looking really mechanical out there, and of course just changing the score sheet at the top of your screen. Well, it's when you look at it a bit closer, I'd agree with you that so far Finzi has been my MVP of the series, and certainly for the likes of Birmingham. And a Southampton player just doesn't make that list for me until they start picking up a few more games. There have been definitely small shines of brilliance from all three Southampton players, but it just hasn't had that same layer of consistency that is required in a best-of-7 playoff format.
Well, that's a nice drop down, but you're not quite on the same wavelength. Should be able to go up for this one, but the touch off the ceiling, fairly awkward. We see once again, Finty was on the back line, and Jim Jam going, yeah, this guy's the MVP and always takes control of defense. How about I just delete him from the field? And then we might not have the same problem.
Well, it's the best way to get rid of all your problems. It's to make sure you don't have to look at them anymore. Unfortunately, eyes are going to be on Finty as from his own half. He sent it all away. But it's an epic save on the goal line from 17. Much 10 isn't going to be gifted with another touch. Surya can't get it away from Jim Jam. Finty look for that backboard yet again. Dark Sun though, make sure to cover the entirety of that back line, but outside the 6-yarder, it's still all controlled by Birmingham. Jim Jam does still find a teammate despite the lack of connection. Much 10 wants a corner read, so close to getting that second touch. Finty can't break through the defense. It's 2 men up. Jim Jam's got his work cut out for him, but no one's there to clamp down on Birmingham. Instead, it's a deep set Finty, who's still cut by Surya first.
Well, that was a bit of a rash challenge from Finty there, but Maj 10 and Surya do pick up the pieces once again. You can see Maj trying to get forwards and get on the end of that ball, but it is HKS. And Dark Sun off the ceiling with a beautiful pre-jump. Can Southampton pile on the pressure? They need a goal here. 45 seconds left. If they can't find anything, they'll be dropping down to the lower bracket. Never mind, it's going to be 2-0 from Maj. They leave the net wide open on the back line. And Maj sees that from a mile away and plants it firmly in Southampton's goal. Extends the lead, and now it does feel like a mountain to climb for Southampton.
Finty had already given them the test. He'd already given them the warning with those long shots. And Southampton had already passed with flying colours. It's a great save from Jim Jam, but there's 2 goals needed now in 30 seconds. And the ball's in the wrong half of the pitch. We've seen them with late recoveries. We've seen them come close to pushing these games into an OT. And that was with only 1 goal required. Finty stops that ball from reaching the backboard already. Half the time off that 30 seconds is burnt down, and it's 17 to start back from in his own lines. Maj 10 just has to keep away. Surya sends it back towards that back wall, and Nat will decide it, Orion. It's been a back and forth affair, but ultimately one team was able to get the job done, and that is Birmingham, who are happy there wasn't an extra few seconds there. At least there could have been a highlight.
Yeah, that was a crazy shot off the ceiling to end things, but ultimately it is Birmingham going through, and a 4-1 series score. We got it completely wrong on the desk. We all predicted Southampton, as far as I'm aware. We all predicted a game number 7. That didn't happen. I mean, like you say, Southampton showed flashes of brilliance, right? Especially, I want to highlight Dark Sun on Southampton, who I think was their strongest player. Was just trying to play that disruptive role, get those 50s, always just looking to make a touch rather than kind of hesitating and trying to make the touch. You know what I mean? I feel like Birmingham were just very good at going for the ball, getting it sent upfield, occasionally finding a teammate. But yeah, Birmingham were good all of the time, or more of the time, shall we say. And I think ultimately that's what helped them to overcome Southampton here.
And I'm proud to say that I actually did predict Birmingham for that one.
Oh,
and it's my first prediction that is right in 5 attempts, by the way. I didn't get a single one correct in the final stream last week. So who knows? Maybe there's been a bit of a change in the air tonight, and I can be the lucky charm, and perhaps those 2 top teams that have been the staple of the collegiate European scene can be dislodged. That's, of course, Dr. Booman and Roehampton. For Southampton and Birmingham, it's going to be either Warwick or PXL in that next semi-final. However, we're going to be flipping across to the other side. And if you want to find out what that matchup is going to be, well, then you better stick around. Ladies and gentlemen, we will see you all after the break.
Wow, rookie mistake from your boy. That's my bad on that. Muted on up. But we've had 4 teams be able to get things started off on the right foot here in the playoff bracket here. Now it's going to be about who can wrap up their day with back-to-back dubs. On stream, we saw Birmingham be able to do a really good job of handling business. 4-1 as far as in their series, but let's go ahead and take a look as far as the rest of our playoff bracket here, gentlemen, as we didn't really have any barn burner of a series. I guess the one that was closest, you can consider that Dr. Bumman versus Barcelona, but otherwise, mostly 4-1s, and then, of course, the sweep for Roehampton. I'm seeing a surprised look on your face here, Pig. What do we got?
Dr. Boomin going down 2 games against Bath. That's one of those teams where we're looking at, and most of us predicted them to go pretty confidently 0-2 out of the playoffs. Taking 2 games away from Dr. Boomin makes me think that perhaps we treated them a bit too harshly, or maybe Dr. Boomin are just not looking up for it today. But that is a fascinating result to see, and it was actually the furthest seeding result to get us started as well, and it happens to be the closest.
I feel like sometimes, though, Dr. Bowman can play down to their competition's level. Maybe I'm the only one who feels that way, but Rhino, I feel like otherwise, you look across the board, pretty well kind of expected as far as the top 4 here moving forward, right?
Yeah, as far as the teams that moved forward, I think it makes sense. As far as the scorelines go, maybe not so much. I expected PXL to give Warwick a much better game than only being able to get the 1. And the big one for me is Arcada not getting a single game against Roehampton. That is really concerning, that either Roehampton are just the best team in this competition and they're going to steamroll everybody else, or that Arcada aren't playing up to their level today. And whichever one it is scares me for the future of the tournament. But that means Bath versus Arcada down there should be quite interesting based on how they've both done in that round 1.
Should be intriguing for sure, and we do get ready to head into our next matchup here. We'll still be in that upper bracket as we will have Roehampton versus Dr. Bum. And I know we've already got players in the lobby and just about ready to drop in here in just a few. I guess let's start with you, Orion. As far as, I guess we'll start with predictions, not so much your predictions how who's going to win, but how do you see this thing playing out? We only saw 5 games in our first series. Do you see this one going a little longer?
I mean, Roehampton versus Dr. Boomin is a tale as old as time. It is always a slugfest between these two. Roehampton going 4-0 in the first series compared to Boomin dropping 2 games against Bath. Does it set alarm bells ringing? Maybe. I don't know. I'd have to look at the first couple of games and then go like, what is wrong with Dr. Boomin? Or, okay, they were just trolling, you know? I've got Roehampton. Give me Roehampton up on the screen there. I think they are going to stay alive in this upper bracket for a little while longer. I have rarely seen them falter.
It feels like they've been on a tear here as of late. Are you having that same sort of confidence over there, Rhino?
Yeah, I am. Even more so after the way that those first round games have gone. Give me Roehampton. That matches what my prediction was. And I mean, Dr. Boomin, the only explanation I can think of is they're going to be looking for revenge going into this second game after not taking that game 1 as well as they would have expected. But yeah, I mean, Roehampton off the back of a sweep, you can't predict with a team that have more momentum than that.
They definitely have the momentum on their side. I was trying to remember back to your predictions. I think we all had this as the matchup in this upper bracket semifinals, and I think you had Roehampton, right, Big?
I did indeed, and that's not going to change. If anything, I'm more convinced with how those last results have gone. I've seen Stat win the British University Esports Championships with 2 hours past 2, so if he's played a bit more Rocket League, I believe he should be confident in this series. For Roehampton, this iteration of the roster at least, this is going to be the last semester of that. I believe one of them is going to be moving on, and those 4th players are going to have to get involved, and I feel like they're going to leave the scene with a bang, and that does start here.
Well, gentlemen, I've got some good news for y'all. There's going to be no death sweep here. I'm going to stick with my picks as far as what I had predicted beforehand, because like I said, we all predicted this in our upper bracket semifinal. Give me Dr. Bum in here. It's going to have to be a burner if they're going to do it. We already saw them drop 2 to Barcelona. If they're going to do it, I feel like it will probably have to be at least 6, if not the full distance of 7. But I guess let's go ahead and do it. Ain't no more time to talk about it. It is indeed time time to be about it. We've seen this matchup twice in the grand finals. I think most people were expecting this in the winner's bracket final. We get it early in our playoff bracket here on day number 1. It's Dr. Bowman versus Roehampton. Let's get down and do what it do.
It's the two giants of Uni Rocketeers, Roehampton versus Dr. Bowman. A little earlier than we would have expected to see it, but that's all down to that forfeit loss in round 1 of Swiss for Roehampton. Don't get it twisted. These are still the two favorites for the tournament, and this is exactly the game that you will want to watch to see who is likely to take all the marbles here in UR Spring 2026. Q, we have kickoff.
Let's get down to it. Remember, it's a race to 4 wins, and every run does indeed start with 1. And I feel like this first one, if you had to pick a team that it's more important for, I would probably say Dr. Bowman. We've seen Roehampton be on quite the tear, and they have all of the momentum on their side. If Roehampton come out here and mollywop them in game number 1, watch out.
Yeah, and that's an opportunity. Bottom left corner, good save by Pinjoy. Back off the backboard. No second man to follow through for Roehampton just yet. Nice pop by Stat. He needs to turn the corner quickly, but the 50 met. Now Aero trying to move down that left-hand side. He has got a reset, just can't get the second touch. And cleared by Zedo. It's going to be a cagey start to this one, you would expect. Both teams trying to feel each other out, get a lay of the land. A couple of early challenges to see how each other react.
Yeah, feeling each other out on how they're playing today. Surely these two teams know enough about one another where they have a general idea of what they're going to be coming in with game plan-wise. Here's Arrow looking towards the net. Green will be able to find the save, and it will be Stat off of that sidewall, looking to try and keep the pressure towards that Dr. Bowman net, but all of a sudden it's a counterattack the opposite way. Zeta will be called off of this one, but it doesn't mean Dr. Bowman will relent the pressure. They'll still have pressure towards the net. It will be Stat off of the back wall who's looking for the clear.
And we'll be able to find it too. Risen down that left-hand side. Clearance by Aero. Stat off the backboard. Able to make contacts, but not keep it there. And a double commit going to cause problems. Dr. Bowman with an opportunity out of the corner. No boost for Pinjoy. Still finds the pass. Finds the goal. Green fires home for 1-0 to the Germans.
Let's be honest, once you see everybody up in the sky, Stat screaming back, yeah, he gets a full gas tank, but that's a big old net, small little ball. There's a whole bunch of options for the shooter. You kind of just stuck guessing at that point. Dr. Bowman's going to be able to strike first, but with 3:29 left on the clock, Roehampton do have plenty of time to respond. I thought maybe we're going to get possession off of the kickoff, but will relinquish the control, at least for now.
Yeah, they will. This now is Aero and Stat. Another miscommunication between the Roehampton attack. Risen off this right side, looking for an extra touch, doesn't find it, and Dr. Bowman should be able to clear away. Zedo on the right side, no resources in the tank though. Now, Aero finding a pass middle. Oh, Stat just can't get there first. Green able to clear it away, but Risen intercepting. Chance to find the pass, and met first there by Zedo. Dr. Bowman clear their lines.
The big clear to get sent down. Zedo trying to chase it down, though, and looks for a pass towards the middle of the field, but Risen gets there just in the nick of time, sends it towards the sidewall, and gets a big clear as well. Kablamo says Stat. That sends one player back to respawn, but that won't stop Pinjoy from going right back onto the attack. Arrow, second 50 going to be one. Stat. No, actually, it's going to be Risen in the middle of the field. Double tap potential. No, left for Stat for a follow-up, but Stat's look will be denied.
But there's an opportunity here. Aero moving forwards, cleared away by Pinjoy, and it's an interesting couple of statistics coming here as we get to the halfway mark. Roehampton have had 63% of possession, but 67% pressure. Will that pay off now? No, cleared away. And now Green driving down the field, looking for the reset. Goal! The Austrian is on fire to start this series.
They just seem to have all of the answers, and Green from coast to coast able to flip the script and flip the pitch and able to double down this lead. Yeah, there's 2:05 left to play, but Roehampton hurting in a big way when it comes to producing offense.
It's so strange, really, to see these statistics at this moment and see the fact that Roehampton, in pretty much every metric, are the better team on the field. The only metric that they're not is on the scoreboard. 2-0 down. There's a chance at the back post there for Zedo, but Stat will clear it away. Down the right-hand side, Pinjoy stealing the ball, but a big interception by Stat. Can't push forwards without any boost, though. We'll try and tackle this one off the sidewall, dropping it down. met by Aero, keeping the pressure on Dr. Boomin's backline. Chance for Risen, no! Met by Green.
Green not only producing on the offensive side, but doing a great job on the defensive half of the field as well. And as we do get closer to entering into this final minute of play, Dr. Bowman still doing a great job of their defensive play and being able to keep that 0 hanging on the left side of the scoreboard. That one will go towards the middle of the field. Zeto pops it up, and now trying to find a way out of their back half is Pinjoy. Will be unsuccessful in that regard as Stat looks to take to the sky, but they'll be swatted aside as well.
Yeah, a chance at the angle, but once again saved away by Pinjoy. There's another chance here from Stat, but Green once again making his presence known on defense. Aero moving forwards, looking to go low, plays it nicely off that top corner and cleared away. 50 seconds to go. Roehampton going to be wondering what more they have to do to score a goal. They have to save one first, and Aero does a great job of getting across his goal line. Zeto keeping that pressure on. Risen clears down the line. Green able to intercept in the midfield, and Dr. Boomin just staying resolute.
A great job of holding the line. They only need to do so for another 30 seconds, and they will be the ones who take home game number 1 in rather convincing fashion as well. It says that there's been 8 shots from Roehampton, but I'm going to be honest with you, Rhino, I don't remember very many of them. It feels like Dr. Bowman have been doing a very good job of limiting the shots of, or the potential threatening looks from Roehampton. Roehampton limping shots from here and there, but it just feels like Dr. Bowman on their offensive side have been looking more scary.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It is 8 shots to Roehampton, but on the flip side, it's 8 saves to the side of Dr. Boomin. Like, what more can you say about it, really? That is just exactly what's happening. The shots being taken from Roehampton are not effective enough to get beyond the Dr. Boomin defense, and they convert defense into offense so nicely on the counter-attack. You saw that with 2 goals from Green right there. The possession goes in favor of Roehampton. The field domination significantly in the favor of Roehampton. But the actual game goes to Dr. Boomin.
Coming out on top with game number 1, and sometimes the win is all that matters. You don't have to worry about the way the rest of those stats do apply. I think the big thing that's kind of crazy to think about is the fact that you are able to lose in the shot category as well as the ball possession. But again, it might have said that there was a save for every shot. I didn't feel like they had that much pressure towards the net. It didn't feel like it was that memorable. I want to see Roehampton really find a way to get prolonged possessions and consistent pressure towards it. You feel like if they get some longer looks, maybe there's a chance that you'll be able to punch one across.
Yeah, I do think there's a point to be made there about the way that Roehampton were attacking. It felt very attack from the midfield line. And so you were putting a shot forwards, but the only time you were going to get the ball back after that shot being taken was back on the midfield line. You didn't have like a second or a third man going in after that initial shot and making it difficult for the Dr. Boomin defense. We'll see if they're able to change that tune going into game number 2. Roehampton start on the offense early, but they're immediately rebuffed, and now Pinjoy actually taking this down the line. Reset, looking for an extra touch, doesn't find it.
Find it there. Opportunity for Roehampton to go the opposite way. We had talked about the importance in game number 1 for Dr. Bowman to come out and be able to get that first win. They've been able to do just that. If they could find a way to strike first yet again here in game number 2 and put Roehampton on their back foot. Yeah, this Roehampton squad has looked impressive, but it just feels like Dr. Bowman have their number here today. 31 seconds is all it takes to strike first.
I can't believe in my heart of hearts and in my head that Bath won 2 games against this Dr. Boomin side playing like this. Like, my brain can't do the maths of that. It really can't. It's struggling right now because they look pretty good all across the field. Attack, they're clinical, they're effective. Defense, they're keeping a shutout right now on Roehampton. Arguably, certainly the top 2 teams in this competition. Maybe number 1 yet to be decided based on how this series goes. But I mean, that's a great shot from Aero. It's just going to go by, and nothing is working for Roehampton, and caught out on the counter-attack yet again.
Oh, that's so frustrating. You've got the pressure, and then Zeto, just a simple outlet towards the sidewall. They pick it up by themselves. It's unassisted, and it's almost like that nightmare, right? You're screaming back to defense, but you just can't get moving fast enough. And 1 minute and 5 seconds, doubling down the lead for Dr. Bowman. Right now, Roehampton have to start moving with a sense of urgency.
You do. Aero's going to try that, wanting the bump, but Zedo goes over the top. Stat steals that in the midfield, going to the right-hand side, cleared away by Green. And now there's actually a go-ahead opportunity. Dr. Booman keeping some resources up the field for that counter-attack. That's why they've been so effective. Risen passes to Stat, but bumps his teammate. Cleared by Zedo. Shot on. Aero deals with it, but a boost still in that corner means Dr. Booman should be able to keep this pressure for a long time.
Plugging and chugging away, and it will be Green who gets the pass across. And it's Pindroy who just sets things up so nicely. I guess technically it's Arrow who's coming across. Unfortunate touch, but Green has a wide open net. And when the biscuit's in front of the basket, it's good eats each and every time.
I want to clarify something in that replay, because what's actually happened there is Arrow is waiting on that 100 boost to get it, right? He has lowered his momentum in order to be able to get the 100 boost in the corner and then take the ball upfield. He is not expecting the 50 to come through from Pindroy. So as soon as he sees that coming towards him, he then realizes and goes, oh no, I have to do something. Oh my goodness, what a save that is from Green. He takes the 50, but he doesn't take it with the momentum that he would have done if he'd just been hitting the ball in the first place. And this is all based on the change that Epic brought in a couple of weeks ago, where they kind of let you know when that boost is respawning. He thought he had time, didn't have time, cost his team.
At this level, those mistakes will be punished. You know, we were talking earlier, wondering what had happened exactly in that last series, and I guess I'm going to hand it back to you after asking and posing this question. Do you feel like there's a chance that this last series against Barcelona was kind of like that trap series, right? Like really more already looking forward to Roehampton, and while, yeah, obviously they're locked in this series, is there just a chance that they overlook their first series of the day?
Yeah, the old banana skin, I believe they call it. Yeah, I think so. I really do. I think Bath came in as the lowest ranked team in this top 8, and so there's a real chance that Dr. Booman did overlook their opponents, and that is something you absolutely cannot do. This is great work from Risen. Getting the demo on that left-hand side, getting beyond the player in the corner, just taking players out of the defense when it's been so strong, and Roehampton are finally on the board after 8 minutes of Rocket League.
Able to get one, and they act like a can of Pringles where once you pop, the fun don't stop. That's going to be the next question, because they do have to start finding a way to really producing on the offensive side. Here's Arrow. It's a pass across. Stat was trying to find a way over Pindroy, but just can't do so in time. Now it's Zedo trying to find a little bit of a relief valve. Arrow sticks a nose in there. Will at least keep the pressure down here for Roehampton.
Yep, the creativity coming out from Roehampton is more apparent now after scoring that first goal, and it's from this man, Arrow, driving down the field looking for the pass, but Stat's already gone by. A little bit of miscommunication once again. Arrow just going to leave this one to Risen. Able to take it around one, get a lovely shot on, saved away, back out to halfway, but now it's Stat getting a second touch. Cleared by Dr. Booman once again, and Arrow has to clean up.
1 minute left, and while, yeah, you've been able to sink one into the back of the nets, I feel like you still really haven't built up enough pressure and momentum on that offensive side to walk away down 2-0 and be feeling confident going into game number 3. You'd still like to be able to find at least one more, and there is time, but it feels like Dr. Bowman just doing such a great job of meeting with that pressure, really right around the midfield line, making Roehampton earn every inch of the field.
Yeah, they are, but that's a lovely pass. Great shot, good save again. Green everywhere on the field for Dr. Booman. He was their MVP in Swiss last week, getting so many goals, getting so many saves, and looking to keep up that quality here in top 8, here in double elimination. He's might try to turn provider here, actually. He's missed that 50. Chance now for Risen. Big pinch over the top. 10 seconds to go, Q. I think Dr. Booman are going to go 2-0 up in the series.
Not been able to keep the sheet clean in the same way that they did in game number 1, but still looking just about as dominant. This time Roehampton only able to find the 6 shots. Granted, one of them does find the back of the net, but that means Dr. Bowman technically out shooting the opposition on this one. Feeling like starting to get the grasp of the control of the game just a little bit more, which could potentially spell some trouble for Roehampton as they already have themselves halfway into the lower bracket.
Yeah, this is alarm bells ringing now for Roehampton. Risen, you might want to reset your air roll to what you had it on last week, buddy, because it ain't working out for you right now. And not to take anything away from Dr. Boomin and the way that they are playing, they are matching everything that Roehampton are throwing at them with aplomb. And the counter-attack is so fluid. You just saw it there on one of those replays. The transition speed, outrageously quick from the German side, and Roehampton can't keep up.
Roehampton just seemed to be almost felt a little bit in the quicksand, a little bit caught in sand or mud, you can say. It definitely feels like struggling quickly getting back. And I don't know if it's a tough spot to be in because you feel like you want to find more pressure towards the net, which means naturally you should be pushing a little bit upfield. But they're just leaving their back end too susceptible to the counterattack.
Yeah, they really are. And they need to tighten up on that as soon as they possibly can. We are going to be just taking a little bit of a longer pause as some of the players wanted a change in service. So we will see if we when we get back into the game about that. But by the same token, Q, I don't think Roehampton's problems can be put down to server issues. This very much feels like something that is in their gameplay.
You know, I had asked as far as earlier for Orion, as far as if they had gone down by multiple games the way that they now have gotten down by 2. He thought Roehampton had it in him to be able to produce the comeback. From what you've seen on the pitch thus far, you think this comeback is possible here, or at this point is it just about trying to get back to at least being on your tires, you can say, before going into the lower bracket?
I mean, you've asked the question in a very pointed way there, and based on what we've seen so far, absolutely not. There is no way that Roehampton can get back into this series right now. But the other side of that coin is based on what we know about the team before today. Can they get back into this? And they have the mental capability, they've proven it many times before, that they absolutely have what it takes to get back into a game like this one. Being 2-0 down will not faze them in the slightest. They just need to make sure that going into this game 3, they score the first goal. I think everything will figure itself out after that.
Yeah, actually, I think that was going to be the point that I moved to next, because if we do see Dr. Bowman come out and score this first one, and especially if it's quick, you wonder if that thought in the back of the mind starts to set in of, oh boy, here we go again.
Yeah.
So it definitely does feel like they've got to come out, I mean, screaming from the word go. I was almost kind of surprised to not see the timeout called here. I guess maybe because you got the server change, maybe you can feel like that acts as a little bit of a timeout before going into game number 3. But hey, you know what? Let's go ahead and settle things up and go off to Neo Tokyo and see if Dr. Bowman has the ability to win 3 in a row and put themselves onto series point.
Yeah, it's a little bit earlier in a best of 7 than we normally would see Neo Tokyo, but I've got no problems making sure that we see it every single time. I love this map with all of my being as Pindroid down that right-hand side. Gonna look to get things underway for Dr. Booman, make that start. Exactly what Roehampton don't want. But there's no one to follow through. That clearance actually is not really good enough, but a demo from Aero might stop the attack. No, Zedo over the top. Oh, he gets the read as well, but Stat does enough to send it away, and now there's another opportunity. Backboard Aero, no!
Oh,
no! No, 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 no.
Oh, cans open, beans everywhere. I mean, Arrow's up, tries to find a way to send it to the corner, and instead leaves, I mean, a big old whopper in front of the net. That thing is too easy to not dunk home, and here we are exactly where we said Roehampton didn't want to be, and that's playing from behind just 30 seconds in.
This is where it gets tricky. This is where it gets tough, because remember, not only at this point are you playing for continuing in the upper bracket, you could also be playing for the right to not have to do a bracket reset in the grand final. Like, that is a real mental boon for whoever it is that comes through from that upper bracket. And at the moment, it looks for all the world like it's gonna be the Germans.
And I think what's even more scary is, as much as everyone kind of felt that this could very well not only be the upper bracket final, but I think some people also figured would get ran back in the grand final. I don't think that changes much, despite the fact that one of these teams goes down to the lower bracket early. But if Roehampton continues to struggle to find any semblance of offense. When the run back does potentially end up coming across in the grand final, I just can't help but think of like the mental block that'll be there if this ends in a sweep.
Yeah, that's going to be the problem, isn't it? And how Roehampton deal with that when they do go down to the lower bracket after a loss like that. Zedo across the middle. These passing plays from Dr. Booman so good. And actually, if that shot was on target, it's just going home. There's no one back. That's a great pass. Good block as well from Risen. Might not matter. Zedo reset. Backboard protected by Stat. How important could that be?
So gotta find a way to break the pressure.
no.
Gotta find a clear, and that ain't gonna be it. Pinjoy is going to be able to make the Hats hit the pitch with the hat trick. We're not even 2 minutes into this thing.
Oh boy. Oh boy, it's going to be a long road back for Roehampton right now. Aero to get a quick goal back would be everything right now, but nothing is dropping for the British side. It's going to be Risen off the right, looking for the reset. Backboard, Green will be able to get there first and clear the ball away. Stat waiting on the halfway line, looking to win the 50 against Pinjoy. Risen's up early. The shot is just not there, though, and it'll be an easy clearance for Dr. Boomer.
We are about to hit the midway point here in game number 3. Almost 12 and a half minutes of game played here in our upper bracket semifinals. Roehampton have only been able to find the back of the net once here, Rhino. Their offense is truly struggling, and well, I don't really feel like it's been much as far as mistakes on their side versus Dr. Bowman just really being on their P's and Q's. It doesn't change the fact that they still have to find adjustments to be able to turn the tides here, and they're starting to run out of time.
Yeah, playing your game plan correctly doesn't mean that you are doing the right thing all the time, right? Stat is able to find some kind of response, and that's a big moment for Roehampton. But to build on your point, I totally agree with that. And if you can make an adjustment, if you can change your play style and play that perfectly, and that one is more kind of adept at beating what your opponent is providing you, then that's what you've got to do. And that's what the best teams in Rocket League do all the time, is adapt to your opponent. So Roehampton, they've really got to concern themselves with what's happening in this game and try to make those adjustments. That's going to do just that. Down the left-hand side, looking for the reset, going to go low instead. Blocked away at the first time of us.
Final 100 seconds of play here in game number 3 about to start, and Roehampton still down by 2. Let's see if they can quickly find a way out of their defensive half and try and set up some sort of offense. They haven't had quite as many shots this go around. Matter of fact, they've only found the one. I guess maybe some copium is the efficiency is there, but you've got to start finding a way to pile on some shots.
Yeah, you really do. Stat down the right-hand side. Just pass is not zipping quickly enough. Dr. Boom unable to read everything that's put in front of them. That block not going to do much for them either. Risen, the big steal, gets past one, but once again, the spacing and the positioning for Dr. Booman is perfect. They're able to make that play down the left wing. Aero trying to bring the ball through, and actually Stats going up uncontested. He will be contested in the corner. Now Risen, lovely pass. Oh, the shot is off. And that was a real chance for Roehampton to get within a goal. They couldn't do it.
I think it technically came across as a save, but that was going to be, I think, on the post, and it feels like that's when you've got to be able to put on the money, especially in a situation like this. You're down by 2, not only in the series, but in the game, and all of a sudden you're coming down to your last couple of possessions, and now you got to find a quick stop here.
Oh,
that's
goodness.
off the post from Pinjoy. It goes to the sidewall. You got to be able to flip the pitch here, and got to find a way to bury one. Stat will be denied around the midfield line by Zedo, as it's still a chance for Risen to be able to find a way to progress towards the net, but it's still Pinjoy. Defense really coming in huge for Dr. Bowman.
Gonna be time for that timeout, certainly. After Green finds another one. Pinjoy's already got a hat trick. Now Green chiming in. This is a demolition job from Dr. Booman. And yeah, they have certainly applied those sciences to figure out the formula to Roehampton. It's 4-1, 4 seconds to go. 3-0 in the series, as it is in the opposite upper bracket matchup right now being played. Warwick and Birmingham currently playing, and Warwick are 3-0 up in that game as well, Q. So it looks, no way. Oh, it does just go home. It looks for all the world that it will be a Warwick versus Dr. Booman upper bracket final.
Well, there's one for the road for you. Zeto said, I want to make sure I get mines, as there's 0 on the clock and a 5-1 dismantling here in game number 3 will put Dr. Bumman on that series point. And it's crazy to think about when you reflect the past these last 3 games, right? Game number 1, we were talking about how Roehampton technically were able to build up more pressure towards the net. It was a very slight differential in game number 2, whereas in game 3, it feels like their offense basically disappeared.
Yeah, it does. I mean, all of the stats in the first couple of games that were going the way of Roehampton, they have completely gone the other way now. They are all in favor of Dr. Booman. They have been able to settle into the series, settle into the game, see what Roehampton are throwing at them, and make those adjustments. And that's the kind of buzz phrase that we've been using so much, Q, for a good reason. There is one team here still trying to play their game, which hasn't worked for 3 games straight. There's one team who are making those micro adjustments and reaping the benefits of it.
I guess you could say at least that they were able to score in the last 2 games as opposed to being held 0 in game number 1. But yeah, you need to turn it around more than that as we do go off to Utopia Coliseum for game number 4. Not only do you have to find a way to score more, you've really got to find a way to put the clamps down on the other side, because it feels like the offense continues to run rampant from Dr. Bowman.
Yeah, plug the holes, steady the ship. That's on the docket for Roehampton, and at this point it comes back to what we always talk about when reverse sweep is on the cards. Got to take it game by game. You can't be looking at the top of your screen and getting nervous that, you know, you're 3 games in the hole. That's not how it works. You've got to just say, right, we got to win the next game of Rocket League. Right, we got to win the next game of Rocket League. Keep having that mentality. Because as soon as you're worried that you've got to win 4 on the spin, things start to go wrong.
Yeah, because you most certainly can't win this series in this next game, right? But you can most certainly lose it. My goodness gracious, it doesn't take them long yet again here in game number 4. And it's Pindroy who finds the shot, then turns themselves into a honing missile. They'll be able to take out the goalie. The kablamo whammo combo opens things up here in game number 4.
Opens things up, breaks it apart, just... You know what? It's not. They're not even breaking down doors. The doors are just opening for them, right? There's someone behind them just, oh, please, sir, come through. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no problems here. This is, they've been invited to the party. As 4 minutes still on the clock. Still a long time for Roehampton to find a response, but they've not been able to in 15 minutes of Rocket League. So another 4. Well, just statistically, you'd be wondering if it's even possible for them to get past Dr. Booman playing this well. And it's now 2 goals to find.
It doesn't look like they were going to find much success when it comes to slowing this Dr. Bowman squad down, at least not in the opening minute of play. That's now a 2nd goal, and while we do have Dr. Bowman looking for their sweep, we do have an official result in our other upper bracket semi-final where Warwick was able to complete the sweep versus Birmingham. So if Dr. Bowman can win here, that's who they'll be playing in that winner's bracket final tomorrow.
It's an unfortunate result for Birmingham, obviously. Well, there's a chance here. Good save on the goal line from Pindroy. But by the same token, Warwick having momentum going into play against Dr. Booman playing this well, they're going to need that. They're going to need to try and carry that momentum through into the next series, because if they don't, well, yeah, there's going to be some serious problems. Pindroy clears that one over into the corner. Collected by Dr. Booman. The speed that they move across in this attack is really beautiful to watch. They don't score from it, but again, it's just building a repertoire.
Nice job by Pindroy to find where that ball was going and able to put the demo on that player, which means that look gets shut down almost immediately. Yeah, Roehampton has still been able to keep the possession, but they weren't able to find a shot off of the back of that one. We're closing in on the midway point, and Roehampton still sitting on that donut over on the left side of your scoreboard. Matter of fact, they've only been able to find 3 shots, so another situation where Roehampton still getting outshot.
Outshot, outplayed, outmatched. Roehampton, no response to German efficiency. Pinjoy backboard looking for a teammate once again. Risen going to be the first to clear away. Aero getting in the way of the clearance. Can try to capitalize on this pressure. Backboard found. Risen. Unfortunate backflip. I don't think he was going to catch up to that ball anyway, so maybe he bailed out of it. Maybe I'm being a bit too mean, but by the same token, no one capitalizes. And now Pinjoy moving forwards, scoring his second hat-trick of the series.
Finding another one, really turning up the offensive efficiency, and Zeto kind of being a distraction, technically doesn't find contact, but is still being a pest on that back line. It's now a 3-goal deficit, and well, 3 goals in a minute and 57 seconds, definitely doable. And I mean, we know Roehampton has the ability to turn the heat on. They haven't been able to do so against this Dr. Bowman squad through, what is it now, almost 17 minutes of play.
I mean, it's a professional performance from Dr. Bowman. I don't really know any other words to describe it. They've just dismantled Roehampton across what will be 20 minutes of Rocket League. A comeback in this game 4, based on how this series has gone, would be, well, it would be unthinkable. Zero tries to get it underway, can't do so. Stat try and recover this situation, but once again, the Dr. Bowman car is just in the right place at the right time. Roehampton have to build from their back line once again.
This is tough because now with 70 seconds left, Dr. Bowman, they can just go for those big booming clears, right? Like every time you send it down to the blue half, even if it's 5, 7, 11 seconds, that is very precious time that dwindles off the clock. Final minute of play, and Roehampton still need 3.
50 minutes, goodness me, 50 seconds to go. Pinjoy down the left-hand side. Now, once again, looking for the play interference down the field. Roehampton see a car moving towards them, and they don't want any of that smoke. They take the early challenge. They try and take the late challenge. They don't take the challenge they need to. Pinjoy back on the board, 4-0.
I'm a big fan of the play from Zeto yet again, leading the charge. I love the aggressive play. Opens things up and feels like if it wasn't already over, that was the nail in the coffin. These final 40 seconds essentially get to turn into nothing short of a victory lap here for Dr. Bowman. They came, they saw, they conquered it. It will be Roehampton that will be going to the lower bracket. Zeto even says one more for good measures.
Good measure if you're Dr. Bowman. Another dagger to the heart if you are Roehampton. Yeah, you might need a couple more Red Bulls, Risen. That's all I'm going to say. I just saw him taking a quick swig. Other energy drinks are available. 24 seconds still to go. 5 goals to find. Oof, Q. This is dire straits right now for the Roehampton side. It might be 6. Zeto can't find the pinch. Cleared by Risen.
Find the save there in final 10 seconds. If you figure if you find one more clear, that should make sure that you at least only end on 5. But just a quick reminder, off of the back of a sweep here from Dr. Bowman, they will be squaring off against Warwick. And I think earlier I said that would be going on tomorrow. That's actually going to be next here on stream, so make sure you guys are staying locked in. 2 teams that completed the sweep here in the winners bracket semifinals, and when you do so against the defending champions here, I mean, Dr. Bowman, they have to be feeling good moving forward.
Oh, they are going to be feeling like no one can touch them in this competition right now.
Yeah.
They will know that Roehampton, alongside them, were the favourites for this whole thing, right? So beating them in a sweep in this moment, that is ultimate momentum. That is ultimate confidence. Can it be broken? Can it be shattered? Of course it can. But by the same token, whatever the scoreline happens to be in Warwick, even if they find themselves 3-0 down, just that conversation of, guys, we beat Roehampton in the last round 4-0. We can do anything. That conversation will happen and could pull them out of a rut.
Yeah, it will be intriguing to see as we continue moving forward. 2 teams that have been on quite the tear here thus far on this very beautiful Wednesday will be squaring off. I think the big thing for me, a sweep's one thing against Roehampton.
Yeah.
Or should I say a sweep's one thing? A sweep against Roehampton another thing. A sweep against Roehampton where you hold them to 2 goals? Like, what more can you really ask for?
If you're Roehampton, a lot, yeah. But from the German side's view, this is the perfect way to move forwards in the bracket. You could not have asked for a better way to deal with this upper bracket matchup, which you don't feel like you should have had right now. It should be the next game, really.
Yeah.
But it's not. You're now going to have to go and face Warwick. And yeah, Dr. Boomin are going to be floating on air. Cloud9 and then some.
We'll see if they'll be able to carry over that momentum as they do have Warwick waiting for them on the other side. Remember, not only is it a spot in that grand finals that's on the line, but you also earn that protection of the bracket reset as well. It promises to be a banger. We've had some great action thus far. Make sure y'all don't go anywhere. We'll be back right on the other side of this break.
Get it while it's hot.
And we are back. We only have 2 teams left in the upper bracket, one of which gets to advance all the way to that grand finals with the protection of a bracket reset. And that's going to be a lot of fun to figure out over the course of this next game. And we've already had plenty of action, and the 2 teams coming into the semifinal matchup coming in off the back of sweeps. So both teams having plenty of momentum on their side. We just saw Dr. Bummin, being honest, dismantle the reigning champions here. They'll now be squaring off against Warwick in these semifinals. And I guess when we look overall at the playoff bracket, I feel like for the most part what we were expecting, except for maybe everyone else but me with the Roehampton in that last round there. What do you say there, Pig?
Well, it was never off the table that Dr. Boomin were going to win. I mean, most people were predicting this was going to be a pretty close series, and that's where the shock really lies, is the fact that it wasn't whatsoever. Dr. Boomin completely destroyed them. Various mentions, though, of ping fluctuations happening in the facility that a majority of the players were playing in. I believe it's only Risen who was playing from home, as we could see on their camera. But that will set the play up nicely for the rest of this playoffs for Dr. Boomin.
We'll have to see moving forward. There is questions for Dr. Boomin I felt like we had, at least on the desk, after seeing them drop 2 to Barcelona. But they're in that last series. I think they answered all of the questions for us right now.
Yeah, they did. It was very much I called it on the cast, a professional performance, and I still stand by that. The fact that Bath were able to get 2 wins against that Dr. Boomin side is very impressive from themselves. Not enough to get through, though, and I think if anybody was watching that previous series, certainly if Warwick were watching it after they were able to get the victory against Birmingham, I think they're going to be a little bit concerned about what's awaiting them in this upper final.
All right, we're going to be moving forward into this Dr. Bummin Warwick series, and I know we've already got players who are just about ready to take the pitch, so let's go ahead and move forward with the formalities here and move into predictions. How do you see this one breaking down?
Yeah, pretty simple for me. I think if Dr. Boomin can take down Roehampton 4-0, I think that a similar fate awaits Warwick, to be honest with you. Like I said, I'd never really seen Roehampton stumble. They didn't just stumble, they tripped and fell flat on their faces in that previous series, both because I think they were playing a bit under the weather and Dr. Boomin looked as exceptional as we've ever seen them. So give me a sweep for Dr. Boomin here. I will be surprised if Warwick can get anything out of this.
Sweeping fashion. I know we were talking in the green room, Rhino, and you said you thought Warwick should put up a better fight. I mean, I guess the bar is technically not that high off the back of the sweep, but is it enough for Warwick to be able to pick up the dub here?
Yeah, I think it is. I do. Give me Warwick in this prediction. This is not a bait and switch. This is not... No, production, you can trust me. This is absolutely a prediction that I'm going to make right here. I predicted Dr. Boomin. In fact, I predicted Roehampton to go all the way to the final from this upper bracket. So my earlier predictions are already out the window. And you know what? Someone's got to believe in Zaninho. And if it's going to be me, then it's going to be me. And let's go Warwick. Let's have it.
You seem really concerned, Pig. Are you able to meet that energy, or are you thinking the same thing the rest of us are?
He's an absolute madman. Jay is not playing for Warwick. He's gone off. He's allowed the substitute who, albeit is very capable to play in Beswine in that third man role instead. And that's why it's pretty close to pick. I'll take that. Give me Warwick for this next series. Who cares? Dr. Boomin dropped 2 to Bath. They can drop 4 to Warwick. I mean, Roehampton were lagging in that last series. I'll have the Roehampton copium. That's the only reason it was so one-sided. Warwick are going to expose them.
Well, Warwick was definitely on our radar thanks to Rhino in day number 1, and they have looked pretty darn good. Admittedly, though, I can't jump on the Warwick train here. I had faith in Dr. Bummin. I kind of wish we had a coin at this point so we could break the tie, because it is indeed going to be 2-2 here. I don't think it... I think for me, I can't go with the sweep like Orion was predicting on the other side. I think you only get so many of those, and we did see them come out a little flat-footed against Barcelona. I can't help but think that there's going to be a little bit of a hangover heading into this next series. But yeah, I think Dr. Bummin taking probably about 6 there. I guess my question we're going to give it over to Rhino because you were the one who gave us the heads up on this work team day number 1.
Yeah.
What's the game plan? How do they walk away with a dub here?
The game plan is to do what Roehampton didn't do. Score the first goal. Get over the line within the first 60 seconds. Get beyond the defense. Make them nervous. You've got to remember as well, Dr. Boomin actually are coming in here relatively calm. They're not coming in here with a chip on their shoulder. So I think Warwick, get in their faces, get the first goal. Who knows what can happen after that?
Let's go ahead and figure it on out as we get ready to take to the pitch then, as one of these two teams secures themselves a spot in the grand finals, as well as the security of that bracket reset. Will Dr. Bummin be the first one to punch their tickets to the grand finals, or will it be Warwick? Let's get down and do what it do.
Here we go then. David versus Goliath is how we are looking at this matchup. Thankfully, the two casters with the correct predictions will be taking us through this one. I'm Ryan. I'm joined by Q to bring you this upper bracket final between Dr. Boomin and Warwick. Q, for me, I predicted the 4-0. It feels like it's going to be a bit of a formality. I like that the other casters, tried to throw a bit of jeopardy in there, but realistically, do you think that we're going to see anything other than what we just witnessed ×2?
So I feel like when it comes to a Dr. Bummin win here in this winner's bracket final, it really is more of a matter of when than if. Work still can potentially prove quite a few people wrong. We will have 2 people on our desk that will have guessed it right, but they're going to have to do it off the back of a sub as well. I just feel like Dr. Bummin came in that last game and reminded everyone exactly who they are. So let's see who's going to be the one to strike first, Ryan.
Yeah, Warwick starting out on the front foot, but they've just got to be careful of that overcommit. Dr. Boomin very much happy just to sit back there, absorb the pressure, and now they are putting their own pressure on. They're not really contesting too hard in the midfield. Zedo with a nice touchdown. Units booms long looking for Imberswine, but ultimately the pass a little bit wayward. Green is going to collect that one. Imberswine over the top. Pindroy tries to get the shot on target, just takes it around, and there is a shot from Zedo, and there it is, 1-0 for Dr. Boomin. Rhino's plan has already collapsed as in the first 60 seconds, it is the German team that has scored first.
Oh, Zanino, technically the one who serves that up onto a platter and then gets bumped away from it, not even able to meet with any sort of resistance, and it just gets punched right across their goal line. It is indeed Dr. Bummin who will be able to strike first. It's a ring off of the post there, as now it will be Zanino who will look to try and quickly turn defense into offense. It's up and over 1, but it will be Green who's able to field it off of the backboard and will now look to try and make it past the midfield line. Zedo steals that one. Green, not exactly sure what we're doing by the mid boost. I guess just trying to find a way to whip it around, but now on to the attack. Green's first shot going to be wide. Still pressure here for Dr. Bummin.
Yeah, just touch after touch. All 3 players were up in the corner there, but fully in control of the play and the ball as Green tries to get one into the midfield again. Zedo tried to smother it home, but couldn't quite slot it through the Warwick defense. But the pressure relentless from Dr. Boomin. Green off the ceiling. Danilo in net. Can he get the touch? But it's only as far out as Pindroy. Zedo on the backboard tries to drop it down. Green will pick up the pieces. It's over the top from Zanino, who doesn't have any boost at his name, just has to hit long. Units gets the shot, and we have a tie game, Q.
I was about to say that this squad was looking for their first shot, but efficiency, I guess, is key for Warwick, as they haven't gotten very many opportunities. The first one they get is the first one they sink. There is still 3:08 left to play, so plenty of time for either of these teams to really be able to come out and assert themselves. It feels like Dr. Bummin has been able to be the one to take the control, though all of a sudden Warwick back onto the attack, and if they can strike gold here on this possession, they'll be up by 1 despite the fact they're losing in the shot counter.
Well, that's an awkward one to deal with for Units, but he has got the ground pinch. Pindroy infield pass over to Green. Top bins from the German, and lead restored for Dr. Boomin.
What a look here from Pindroy, just straight across. Green slots it, as you said, top Binskis, no resistance, hand down, man down. And that does give Dr. Bummin the lead just before we enter into that midway point here in game number 1. Maybe not quite as dominant as some might have been expecting, but they do still have a lead nonetheless. For Warwick, they've shown that they can at least try and strike
What
with the
save.
squad. They're on their back foot once again as Zanino finds a save.
Was a great save as well. Looked like that ball was destined to go into the net. That one is, though, as the 50 on the goal line. That's a pretty fast pinch, 102 kilometers an hour. Does it all himself, gets that reset, wave dash past one, pinch with the other, straight into the back of the net. Dr. Boomin maybe started a bit slow and a bit sluggish, but they have reasserted dominance here, as they did for 4 games in a row against Roehampton.
Back to cooking here. 7 shots in the first half as opposed to the 2 here from Warwick. And Louis Pinjoy who picks the pockets. It's a pass over to Green. Is that on target? Yes, indeed it is. Yahtzee as Dr. Boomin now up by 3.
That's how quickly it gets away from you. Warwick equalized in the opening minute, but Dr. Boomin absolutely relentless. The shots fast, on target, nothing the defense can do. Warwick, try as they might, are starting to succumb to the pressure that we have seen from Dr. Boomin, who are playing outstanding Rocket League. Pinjoy not going to get back to that one. Imbuswine, can he get something going for Warwick? They're carrying it forward with the air dribble, but the 50 back into the corner. Janino tries to drop it down for a teammate, but it's just being 50'd and 50'd. Finally gets the boost. Pinjoy surely going to be up for this one over the top, but Warwick, every time they try and get something going, every time they try and outspeed Dr. Boomin, they just lose that little bit of consistency and seem like they are going to be prone to a couple of mistakes here.
Yeah, they just can't seem to really be able to grab a good control of the possession. And when they do get the ball down to the orange half, Dr. Boomin just doing such a phenomenal job of keeping the play towards the outside of the field. Here's Zeto, who looks to try and at least break the pass towards the midfield line. Does that. We'll look for the bump onto units. Won't be successful there, but it's Pinjoy who's lurking in the shadow. Rises on up and denies the exit. It's a pass towards the middle. Green, I don't know if was called off that or not, but that's one that you feel like you should need to bury. Luckily enough for Dr. Boomin, they're up by 3, and I don't know if that's going to be one that'll come back to haunt them.
Yeah, I don't know if haunt them is the right word, but definitely a little bit of miscommunication there, or a 200 IQ fake that just didn't quite work out. Regardless, we are less than 1 minute away from the end of this game, and Dr. Boomin still up by 3. It could be 2 as a shot put onto net by Imbuswine, but it is Green carrying it all the way through, gets the 50 as well, just doing so much work even with so little boost in the tank. And still, they are putting the pressure on. Zeto with a full tank of boost tries to get involved, but it's put straight back down the other side. Green over into the midfield. Pinjoy might be able to get back to this. It's going to wait for another touch from Green. Does wait for it, takes the shot, but it's just put wide by Warwick, whose defense in the second half of this game, I have to say, has been a lot more watertight, but still, they trail 3 goals, and you say they haven't really been able to find any control in this game.
And it's always hard to tell when a team has the type of control that Dr. Boomin has, right? Because once you're up by a couple of goals, you're not necessarily pressed to add to your tally as long as you can keep the ball out of the hands of the opposition. And Dr. Boomin was able to do that relatively well in the back half, even if they weren't necessarily adding to their tally. But it is a race to 4 wins here in this upper bracket final, and Dr. Boomin notches the first one in their belt there.
Yeah, it's an MVP performance from Green as well. Over 600 points on the board, 3 goals from 4 shots. So Green was definitely the standout player there for Dr. Boomin. 4-1 in the first game. Warwick did what Roehampton failed to do on a couple of occasions, if my memory serves me correctly, and that is score. So they've at least done something right, but yeah, I'm struggling to see a way forward for them. Dr. Boomin just have them beat on offense, defense, speeds, rotation. It's going to be a real uphill battle for Warwick here.
It's got to start with a little bit of a change in this next game. Warwick, I feel like, do they have the ability to go down 2? I feel like maybe against just about anybody else in this bracket other than Dr. Boomin, maybe, but the way that Dr. Boomin seems to be on a cruise, I feel like game number 2, about as much win as a game can be for only being a game number 2. I mean, they were able to come out and grab the bull by the horns there in game number 1, controlled the pace for a majority of things. And if Warwick doesn't find an answer to start digging into that deficit a little bit in game number 2, this is over before we hit the turn.
Yeah, I feel like with Warwick, they're damned if they do and they're damned if they don't. If they try and slow the game down, they'll just be completely smothered with pressure and get boost starved, and then Dr. Boomin just walk all over them. If they try and speed up and play the game faster than Dr. Boomin, they get beat to the ball, they're committing players, they're overcommitting, and they're conceding equally as much. So yeah, it's going to be a struggle for them. I feel like, you know, everyone in chat kind of knows, based on the previous series at least. If we were coming into this blind, I feel like I'd be a lot more optimistic for Warwick because, you know, especially given that Dr. Boomin dropped 2 games to Bath earlier, that kind of just put us on alert a little bit. But yeah, the fact that we've seen them just take down Roehampton like that and really take it in their stride, I think is worrying for Warwick.
Yeah, and now looked as dominant as they did in game number 1, right? I mean, for Warwick, it's tough going into this next one because it's not a situation where you can just go, well, let's stick with the same game plan, and maybe if we, you know, get the shooters roll on a shot or two, maybe things turn around. I mean, it was quite the stark difference on one side of the field to the other. And for Warwick, I just feel like for them, usually I feel like the first thing that I always like to lean towards is playing a little bit more aggressive, finding the bumps in the demos, but I feel like Dr. Boomin has shown that their rotations are so tight and their communication is so key when they're able to find those quick transitions. If you overextend, especially on the offensive side, this is a team that's going to make you pay every single time.
Yeah, 100%. They rarely miss opportunities, especially if they're given to them on a silver platter. And I mean, we saw the passing plays in the first game. You know, they can just hit the ball onto the backboard, starve you of boost. If everyone's got 0 in the net and you've got 3 Dr. Boomin players with 50 plus boost in the tank, that is a non-survivable event, unfortunately. You are going to concede. It is just a case of when and not if. So yeah, the story is kind of set, the stage is set. I would love to see Warwick take a game. If we can have a similar series to that Bath game that Dr. Boomin had, where somehow mysteriously, miraculously they lost 2 games, it would give us, you know, a bit of juice, a bit of tea, something interesting. But I feel like at this point, Dr. Boomin, it's starting to get late. They're not messing around at this point. We've seen that in the Roehampton game, case and point. And I think that they are just going to be continuing to be absolutely relentless here.
Yeah, I also feel like for a squad in Dr. Boomin who have both gone to the grand finals from the upper and lower bracket over the course of the last year and a half, they know how important the protection of that extra bracket reset can truly be. And I think because of that is part of the reason we see them locked in so much. I mean, even here, I mean, just an absolutely crazy play from Zeto to set up a relatively routine goal, but the assist, chef's kiss.
Yeah, just a casual musty flick into 50-50 doink to get the pass onto an open net. Yeah, the finish had to be there, but ultimately Zeto was working with almost nothing there and pulled that out of the bag. That just shows how good individually these players are, but also how well they work as a team as the shot comes through onto the crossbar from Green. Warwick and Dr. Boomin picking up exactly where they left off.
Heard a demo off in the background as well. It helps them keep the possession down here as one player back off the respawn means 2 have to more retreat back to their back line as this ball gets closer and closer towards the goal line. There's a relief valve as they'll at least be able to find a ball towards that midfield as 2 players are up. Third will move forward. Pinjoy needs to find connection. If units would have been able to quickly advance that ball up the field, there would have been no defense to meet with resistance. Instead, the rotations are back in. Dr. Boomin looks to be able to regain the possession, and they'll look to try and go back towards that blue half of the field here.
I'm wondering how much Dr. Boomin are starting to take their foot off the gas a little bit. We saw 2 players committing upfield, one almost looking like they were pre-jumping. Is this Dr. Boomin maybe just relaxing a bit, going, we got this? Or do you think that was genuine? It's really hard to tell. I mean, dropping 2 games to Bath and then sweeping Roehampton 4-0, it kind of paints a picture, Q, but I'm all here for it. If we get freestyling in Uni Rocketeers and get some highlight reels, yeah, give it to me. Why not?
Yeah, I would wonder, though, I feel like after seeing, obviously we didn't see what happened in the first round, but we talked about it on the desk, felt like maybe just overlooking the competition. If that was the mistake they made, I would feel like you would not make that same mistake in the winner's bracket final of all places. Of course, maybe just a slight mistake, able to lock back in here for now. Still 3 minutes left, and it is a one-goal ball game, one goal on either side. I think the big thing, though, that's crazy to think about the stark difference from game 1 to game 2 was Warwick was really struggling to find any sort of presence down on this orange side. They've already been able to put 7 shots on target in the first half.
Yeah, credit to Warwick where it's due. They've definitely looked better offensively, and they are matching the pace of Dr. Boomin, especially on the transition into that final third. Just getting a player up, making that 50-50. You see Janino there, Units there. The net is actually wide open. Green has a speed flip across for it and just about makes the touch. Zedo into the skies, doesn't have the boost to follow, gives possession up to Janino. Pinjoy with a nice early aerial, though. Green 50-50. It's going to drop beautifully for Zedo, and Pinjoy takes over. Just playing with the player on the wall, but Units reading it beautifully. Zedo drops it down to Imberswine, who's going to carry this one forward. Is the demo going to come through? Yes, it is. Can it be found? It's off the crossbar. Surely this goes in, and it does. Only just that you can see the relief on Imberswine there, leaning forward, hands on his head. He thought he'd missed it, but Janino just about puts it through.
I think we all thought that was going to be a blown opportunity, but it was one that they were able to capitalize on. Warwick does have their first lead of the series. We'll have to see if they can hold on to it for 2 minutes, but they will get added a second tally as a little bit of friendly fire as that's off a Dr. Bummin player.
Yeah, the shot wasn't even on target. I just imagine that Green thought he was burying that and, you know, full autopiloted, just watching the ball drive straight into it, puts it in his own net. So Warwick have a 2-goal advantage with 2 minutes left. Can Dr. Boomin find an equalizing goal? They need 2 in 2 minutes. They're perfectly capable of it, but Warwick have definitely risen to the occasion in this game.
Shots on target. Unit finds just enough of a save, rings off of the post, and now trying to flip the field. Imbuswine will lose the possession, and now inside of the corner here is Green. Second touch does not come across. His ball's in the middle of the field. Units looks to pop it over. Pinjoy will be denied, and it's Zanino on the sidewall trying to keep the possession and trying to continue moving this ball forward for Warwick. Eventually has their pockets picked by Green. It's a pass across, and Pinjoy's shot just off the post.
Yeah, millimeters is what is separating Dr. Boomin from scoring here. They're just able to touch the ball onto the woodwork, are the Warwick players on defense, and just starve time off the clock, which has now been halved since Warwick got that second goal. 1 minute left for Dr. Boomin. Here comes Imberswine. Can he get it over the top of Green? Not quite. Units a bit too far forward there as well. Zedo takes it forward. Gets the flip, gets the air dribble, gets the reset, but Imberswine once again, the substitute for Warwick, paying them dividends. Pinjoy gets 50 to the midfield, Janino with no boost, but Dr. Boomin are running out of time. That's a big double commit though. Can Zedo get the double tap? Yes, he can. Finds the waterfall, and they are back within 30 seconds left. Here comes the boss music cue. Here comes Dr. Boomin.
Oh man, one shot is all it takes to tie things up. A 1-goal ball game with 30 seconds sounds a whole lot different than a 2-goal ball game with 40. Dr. Bummin take the possession here as well as Zedo in the air, wins the 50, but it will be all of a sudden cleared, and it'll be 3 players from Warwick who will try to chase this down towards the orange side. For Zanino, every touch that you can send deeper into the orange half is more time it dwindles away.
They are trying Dr. Boomin, but Warwick are not giving them any space. They've just got to be careful not to overcommit. Imberswine in the perfect place to cut that one out. Is it going to hit the floor? Yes, it is. Just about. Warwick take a game off Dr. Boomin. Roehampton could not. Step up Warwick. Tie series Q.
Tied up 1-1. We're off to game number 3, and Warwick's offense seems to have been awakened in that last game. Able to come in and put on a total of 12 shots as opposed to the 7 from Dr. Boomin. I think the other thing that really stands out to me, not so much the possession, but the field domination. About 2/3 of the game spent over on that Dr. Boomin side after we had just seen this Dr. Boomin offense absolutely dismantle the former champions.
Yeah, and I mean, I said halfway through that game, Dr. Boomin relaxing a little bit. Nah, nope, I take it back. Like, they were fighting hard to get those 2 goals back, and ultimately Warwick denied them on pure merit. So, fair play to Warwick. They've got a game on the board. Can they take the series? It's a stretch. It's a stretch. Do you think?
Take it a game at a time if you're Warwick, that's for sure. In the predictions,
100%.
I said 6. I felt like Warwick has shown at least enough to be able to get a game or 2. Also, kind of anticipating, like I had said, a little bit of that hangover here. But I think the thing that's incredibly interesting is with the sub even, Warwick didn't feel like it took them too long to really get things figured out. So now it's going to be up to Dr. Bowman on the defensive side of the ball to make some adjustments. They had 60 seconds to talk things out. Let's go ahead and take to the pitch for game 3.
Oh, units there. An absolute unit on defense. Gets not 1 but 2 50s. And then Zanino trying to bail his teammate out. Units once again carries the ball into the air. But Zedo there to block it out. Zanino tries to just play disruptive, get a touch on the ball just to throw off the Dr. Boomin players, throw off their rotations as a shot comes through, but it's not going to be any danger at all. Green with a perfect read gets it over the top, but Units is reading these Dr. Boomin players like a book on defense and getting so many good touches just to deny and just delay what feels like the inevitable, which is a Dr. Boomin goal. Took him 45 seconds, but Warwick played some really good defense there while we were waiting for that goal to come through. It felt like it was an inevitability, and in the end, it was.
Well, technically no caster's curse, I ain't gonna lie. I was sitting there thinking, well, we haven't had an early goal this game, and then all of a sudden, Dr. Boomin find a way to strike the lace. That was enough to wake up Warwick last time around. Let's see if maybe the same case here. Instead, it's Green. Shot fired and uses the entirety of the goal line. I think might have hit all 3 crossbars as well, but regardless, eventually hits the back of the net, and it will be a 2-0 lead for Dr. Boomin.
Yep, hits every part of the woodwork and eventually finds its way in. 2 goals for Dr. Boomin in the opening minute, making a statement in game 1. And the demo, would he have got back to it? We will never know, but the kickoff goal almost coming through there for Warwick. It's straight down the other end. There's the demo, here's the shot, there's the third. 1 minute and 10, Dr. Boomin are back in business.
I heard 1, but was there 2? I think there might have been. No, it was only just the 1 demo, but Zanino was forced to try and come screaming across the goal line because of that and got caught up on that pesky little lip. I hate that thing, let me tell you what. It's 3-0 with 3:50 left. Warwick technically has time, but they've got to find a way to stop the bleeding and do it now.
Yeah, well, I said in the previous game, the boss music has started. Well, you've got the boss down to half health, and the second phase has started, and they are struggling here, Q. They are penned in their own goal most of the time, let alone their own half. Zanino drags it out and tries to make something of it. You can see all 3 players bunching up there, just trying to force the ball, generate any kind of pressure, but by the time they get there, they're all out of boost. You can see Imbuswine 3 boosts in the tank, wants to go up off the wall for that, but can't even get there before a Dr. Boomin player has hit the ball away. Imbuswine now, clearance, tries to find Units downfield. Zedo is there. It's an open net. It's not an open net. Zanino from nowhere makes the epic save. Units now carries it downfield, but it is all Dr. Boomin on offense. We are rarely seeing Warwick venture forward into that final third and maintain possession sustainably.
Yeah, that was a huge save, but I can't help but wonder, with already being down by 3, if it's more of a sigh of relief than an excitement off the back of that save. As look to try and find their first on this possession. Units won't be able to do so, and all of a sudden, they're going back the other way. Zedo has the ball knocked out of their possession. It's a ball towards the middle here, and Pindroy does get bumped, knocked away from it, and all of a sudden it's Dr. Boomin who will have to retreat back to defense. It will be Green who denies the first look, and Pindroy already up in the sky, looking to try and transition things, but will not be able to keep the control.
Yeah, at this point in time, though, Dr. Boomin are 3-0 up. They can relax a little bit. Obviously, they want to try and stop Warwick from getting on the board in this game, completely whitewash them and just destroy their confidence a little bit. They are very good at doing that to teams. Is that going to go through? Not quite. Pinjoy there. That one looks good, though. And Imbuswine squeezes it past the defense. Warwick do get one back, but I think Dr. Boomin was starting to maybe relax a little bit too much. We saw it in the previous game. They cannot afford to be complacent and think that this team is not going to punish them.
Gotta make sure you're on your P's and Q's, that's for sure. Warwick has made their way to this upper bracket final for a reason. They've been able to catch a couple teams off, I guess, kilter, I guess you could say, over the course of the first 2.5 days of Uni Rocketeers. Pinjoy looking for the pass across. He's looking for Zeto, but Zeto doesn't have enough gas to rise up to that one. And all of a sudden, they're going the opposite way. Green rises up, sends it towards the corner, and we'll have the assistance of Zeto to try and exit out of their half. It will be Pinjoy, the last back, who has to meet with some sort of touch. Gets enough, but Zeto can't find a clear.
Oh, that was almost absolutely zinging corner read there from Janino. This time it's Green looking for the pass across to Pinjoy. Does he go for the backboard? Wasn't quite underneath it enough. Here comes Imbuswine once again. Always leading the charge, it seems, is Imbuswine for Warwick, which is quite surprising given that he is the substitute that's coming in, but does seem to be taking charge offensively. Zanino shot blocked. Units now on the defensive side. 50 with Pinjoy is not going to go in his favor, and the shot comes through, but both players on the goal line are able to get it to safety. Imbuswine once again that first player to venture forwards, but possession turns straight back to Dr. Boomin. Double tap miss. Green has it in control, tries to get the flick across. Janino patient though, transitioning onto offense. Does he have the flip still? Can he get it over one? There's a bump come through, but Warwick, I think it's too little too late, Q.
Yeah, it definitely feels that way, and at this point, even if you strike here, you have to find a miracle off the kickoff as well, and this will allow for Dr. Bowman to be officially halfway there, and they'll be living on more than a prayer heading into game number 4. As this game as well feels like they've been able to come back out and get back to what we had seen in game number 1, really limiting the opportunities of this Warwick squad and being able to find a way to really run up the shot counter on their half of the field as well.
Yeah, they were really stifling them, just offensively, defensively. There weren't many times that Warwick could breathe there, and when they could, it just seemed like it was Imbuswine carrying the ball up the field, trying to just get into that offensive third, running out of boost, and then it's straight back at them. And at that point, Warwick have pushed up a little bit to that halfway line. They've got to chase back. They're running out of boost, and it's just playing perfectly into Dr. Boomin's hands, the way that Warwick are playing. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with the way Warwick are playing. They're trying their absolute best, but Dr. Boomin are just one step ahead. They're way ahead of the curve here, and it's showing it in the scorelines 100%.
I mean, there's a reason this team has found themselves in the grand finals every time we convene here, semester after semester here at Uni Rocketeers. And I think they understand exactly what's on the line here, right? You win now at this point, just 2 more games. You get to watch the entirety of tomorrow play out before you figure out who you're playing. You get to scout out the competition. You don't have to burden yourself out fighting through the Final Four. So let's see how quickly they can wrap things up here as we head to game number 4.
Game 4, and Dr. Boomin looking back in control, although we said that in the first game, and lo and behold, Warwick came through to take game number 2, but it doesn't seem like that is the narrative that we are living in at the moment. Not the reality in this universe. 15 seconds was all it took before Dr. Boomin casually carried the ball down the field and put it firmly into the back of Warwick's net.
Gotta be frustrating if you're Warwick to quickly find yourself playing from behind. Hold on a second here. Zanino, if they can win that 50 and maybe find the bump on Azeto, would have let the net open, but couldn't find the bump. Units, though, rises up and keeps the ball down onto the side. It will be Zeto who jumps right on in, finds the clear down to the Warwick half, and now it's going to be Warwick who's going to be looking for a clear in their own right.
Imbuswine going to land on that one and double commit with his teammate. Units is going to be the one to receive it. Never mind. Units has been deleted from the field, and there was a counter demo attempt there from Janino onto Zeto. Not found. Janino with the pre-jump. What a shot from Zeto.
What a play here, honestly. You missed the pass, but Pindroy's there to help you
Oh
out.
my.
Zeno's like, oh, I'll just keep going. It's like the give and go. They're on a roll. Dr. Bowman now up by 2, and there's only 49 seconds expired here in Game 4.
That was filthy. Absolutely filthy. I mean, talk about, like, you know, just cohesion between teammates. Had to put it, Pindroy, ironically, had to put it on a pinhead for Zedo and found his teammate beautifully. 138 kph that ball went in at. There is absolutely no defending that if you're Warwick. They're down 2-0 again, and try as they might, Dr. Boomer just always have an answer for them.
First 100 seconds going by here in game number 4. Warwick still sitting on the donut. Chance here, but it's Green who finds the save. Zedo comes across the goal line, looks to pick this one up, and now quickly turning defense into offense. That's high in the sky. That's going to be a waterfall. First attempt on the follow-up shot is no good. It's a swing and a miss.
That was an unreal attempt at an assist there from Zedo. I can't even begin to explain what kind of a ground play he cooked up, but had that ball gone in, that probably would have been one of the assists of the series, and we have seen some absolute belters already. But it is Warwick on the offensive side. Never mind, here comes Zedo once again, followed up by Green, and it is going to be Pindroy staying back. But immediately, Janino has to get that touch there just to deny a Boomen player from getting on the ball and generating some offensive pressure, but he gives it straight back, and immediately Boomen back in receipt of possession. Units gets a fortunate one there. It's back off the backboard, but surely going to be cleared by Dr. Boomen. Never mind, a huge whiff on the backboard. Imberswine says thank you very much and halves the deficit for Warwick.
It's the super sub who comes in once again and is able to find the back of the net. As you mentioned, takes this lead and cuts it in half. But now it's about taking that pressure that Dr. Bowman have really been able to build up on that blue half and take it and move it over to the orange side of the field. Otherwise, you're just caught back and you can't continue to add to your tally. Units finds a clear and will now look to try and find a shot to their name.
As Zedo, though, over to Pindroy in the corner, and I was going to say they're firing on all cylinders, but that ball definitely did not move, completely misses the shot despite the wide open net. Down halfway down the pitch, I should say. As Units gets the ball away, but once again, Zedo there, flip reset, 50. Nothing comes of it. Green picks up the ball in the midfield, gets demoed, but had that play continued, once again, it would have been Dr. Boomen just beating Warwick in the midfield. They're reading them beautifully. They know exactly where the ball is going to go at every touch that Warwick make. Zedo in the corner picks it up. They're pressing that high line higher and higher. They got another goal for it. Units on the goal line, scrambles it to safety. See what Dr. Boomen have. Pindroy with the shot now. It is 1, 2, 3 from Dr. Boomen. They never stop.
I mean, give credit where credit's due to the Warwick defense. This has been the lowest scoring affair for Dr. Bowman thus far in the series. But Warwick is still behind with just 75 seconds left to play. And if they can't find a way, dig into this lead and at minimum force an overtime, Dr. Bowman will be one game away from that grand finals appearance for, I believe it would be the 4th straight time. It will be Green off the sidewall, up and over one, but Units will be able to find the save.
Yeah, Warwick playing a really disciplined defense here. They're rotating really well. They're managing their boost really well, having to go for those small pads. The shot comes through from Green and it is beautifully placed. It does end up going through, but up until that point, Warwick had been rotating solidly, communicating solidly. There hadn't been any major double commits or mistakes. The goals that have been scored by Dr. Boomen were hard fought and well earned. So I wouldn't describe Warwick as, capitulating here. I would just say that Dr. Boomen have just been outplaying them.
Dr. Bowman proving why they have been a consistent name at the top of Uni Rocketeers here for quite some time, and surely this roster would like to add yet another championship to their name. It's possession deep inside of the Warwick half, and unless you're able to find a goal here and then another one off of the kickoff, which doesn't look like that's going to be the case off the back of that clear, especially as Pindroy finds another one for the road, and that pretty well spells the end of game number 4 for 4-1 for Dr. Bowman, as they will be putting themselves on a serious point.
Yeah, I think that play there really just exemplifies the whole dynamic that we're seeing here. You could see the thought process from Warwick, the infield pass, perfectly orchestrated, but you saw Zedo just turn on a dime, see exactly what was about to play out, intercept that ball, and then it was straight in Warwick's net. They were doing everything right, but Dr. Bowman once again just one step ahead. It is going to be 4-1 in game 4. They are going to go on to match point here, are the Germans, and you have to feel at this point it will be a match point that should and arguably will be converted.
Yeah, I feel like at this point it's really a matter of when than if it's converted, right? But it does look like Warwick will be pumping the brakes and calling that timeout. Not gonna lie, I mean, I know a lot of teams do like to wait until they're 1 foot out the door, right? You wait until that third loss, but it just feels like that freight train over on that orange half of the pitch has built up too much momentum. I don't know if this is going to be enough to stop it.
Yeah, freight train turning into a runaway train, you have to say. I mean, they had a bit of a wobble in game 2. Warwick, to their credit, did look really good on offense in that game, but
yeah,
ultimately it was 3-2, and it was a Dr. Bowman own goal that was the difference maker. So
true.
How credible was that result? How credible was that game that Warwick have got on the board? It's all behind us now, Q. We've got at least one more game. I feel like Dr. Bowman, you know, they want to check out of here. They're all finished. They want to be nice and fresh for tomorrow. I feel like they take this game here and send themselves through to that grand final.
I did I did say that I thought it was going to be 6, and that would mean that Warwick does take one more. There is this thing called the timeout buff that I feel like a lot of teams do prove to be useful. But again, this is one of those situations where I feel like this extra time between games, as much as Warwick will be trying to use it to turn things around for them, this is more time for Dr. Bowman to cook, to continue to solidify their dominance here out on the pitch.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Warwick could throw up another surprise. I said in the previous game they were defending really well against Dr. Bowman because, like, the offensive pressure that we were seeing, the reads just coming out on offense, they were able to push so high up into that final third. But Warwick, to their testament, were able to just defend the ball in the corner, whip back around to that back post, and just keep absorbing the pressure. It was only 3-1, despite Dr. Bowman having 10 shots on target, and God knows how many off target. So Warwick did a decent job at absorbing the pressure. If they can do as good of a job on defense as they can on offense, maybe they can try and find something. If they can maybe get their noses in front, that would really pay them dividends. But I feel like what we're going to see here is much of the same Q, and anything from Warwick is going to be a bonus for me.
Yeah, I feel like Warwick definitely need to strike first, that's for sure. Otherwise, not only is it that Rhino and I were talking about that last series of, oh boy, here we go again, but I feel like the big thing is also for Dr. Bowman would just be like, oh, yeah, here we are. Let's do it one more time. So it feels like if this is going to extend a series, Warwick have to strike first. First 30 seconds, they have been able to avoid an early goal from Dr. Bowman, but haven't really been able to find much establishment of pressure on this orange side either.
Yeah, there was a nice demo there, but it hasn't been capitalized on. The shot's not on target. That's a really awkward bounce. Zedo, can he get the bump? Units stands firm in net. Zanino into the midfield, although Green off the ceiling. Pass is good. Eunice again stopping the ball on the goal line. Eunice again with the save. Triple save for Eunice to prevent Dr. Bowman from scoring in the opening minute.
Being an absolute unit on that back line and is keeping Warwick in it for now, but man, it's only a minute into things, and Dr. Bowman has already been able to find 5 shots, really turning up the heat here in game number 5. Units looks to take to the sky and maybe try and find a little bit of offense after proving their defensive prowess, but will lose the possession of the ball. Zanino tries to fire one on, but it gets denied as soon as it comes up off of their hood, and now it's Zeto who looks to go the opposite way. Sidewall, full boost, so many options, looks to settle it down for Pindroy, but a double commit means there's a chance here for Green to have some space up and over one. Oh, I like the idea from Zeto, but just can't quite dial it in.
Yeah, and I mean, the idea was mental,
Imagine.
and they almost made it work. That's a great save from Zanino, backflipping their units up into the sky. Zanino, try as he might, was actually beaten to that one, just from a car that seemingly appeared out of nowhere, as has been happening so often with these Dr. Boomin players. Booming it upfield, here's Zeto, can he find the waterfall? Not quite, almost the ground pinch. It's just hanging in front of the net. Green pushes forward, can't get the read. Does he get the back pass? Yes, he does. Zeto into the air. Who's on the backboard? Zanino just hoofs it long. Imbuswine connects with it, sends it even further. Pindroy tries to find the pass. Has he got the flip reset in him? Yes, he does. Zeto on target. They are unstoppable.
Well, I was just about to give credit to Warwick's defense because they had held the line for quite a bit to start game number 5. I thought maybe, just maybe, they had dialed it in. But just before we hit halftime here in game 5, Dr. Bowman put themselves in the lead. Now it's Pindroy off of the kickoff, and if you would have gone back to back, would have been crazy. Zazinho going to be able to find the save off of the back of this one. Now trying to go coast to coast is Imbuswine, who has a shot, but it's Green with a save.
Oh, Green tries to take it over Zanino. All he can do is just get the block and stop the bleeding temporarily. Pindroy with the backflip flick into the midfield. Zanino picks it up, tries to go for the flick, but stopped in his tracks by Green. Over to the right-hand side. Who is on this one? Pindroy up into the sky, gets the touch over to the left. Zanino, it's only as far as Zeto, who reads the play beautifully. Imbuswine touch, but doesn't have the boost to get back to it. Hands over possession to Green once more. Units in the corner now. Can he get back to the ceiling? Just rotates to that third man. Is it all the way back in the corner though? Shot not going to be coming through for Dr. Boomin, and Units should be able to get the pinch into the midfield. Warwick really putting up a fight, really doing all they can to try and stop the bleeding. So far it's working, but they still trail by a goal to nil.
Yeah, the good news for Warwick is it's within striking distance. One shot is all it takes. The bad news is you've been caught back not just in your defensive half, but it feels like your defensive third for most of this last minute or so. It's a back pass looking for Green. Units finds enough of it to send it towards the sidewall. Units will now look to gather, but loses the handle. It's Green who will look to fire a shot on the target, but it's Units who's there for the save, and now tries to gather and pick it up and get the control around the midfield line. Met by Pindroy, and it will be Imbuswine who rises high to the sky, has some gas to work with, but will lose the handle as it open at the other way. Pindroy, can he put it on target? No, it's Units with the save.
Feel like that double touch should have been sunk there. We've seen the quality from these Dr. Boomin players, and it was a wide open net. Didn't even have to beat a defender, and that surely would have put the game to bed. It might be put to bed already. 30 seconds left. One last chance for Warwick. Green in control. Janino shot on target, but it's a simple save for Pindroy as Green continues up the pitch. Imbuswine stops him in his track, zero boost, and it's just Zanino on the back line. Can he defend it? Zeto leaves it for Pindroy. It's dropped down. Imbuswine gets a beautiful touch. Green is a little bit... Oh, he's struggling. Imbuswine gets it through! One goal apiece, 4 seconds left on the clock. Warwick do the unthinkable and tie the game up.
It's the super sub coming up in a big way here in the closing seconds of game number 5. Finds a way to bring things tied up. And now maybe the question becomes, can you find a miracle off of kickoff?
Oh,
no, it's instead the opposite way. And it's Zeto who pops it right up on over the incoming player. Zanino gets just enough to pop it up off of his hood. And that could very well spell the end.
Oh man, at least they're laughing about it. I was really feeling for them there, but they were laughing about that as soon as that goal went in. They fought so hard to tie things up, but ultimately the kickoff goal trickles through, and Dr. Boomin are your first grand finalist.
Well, they tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. It will be Warwick who does join the rest of the group down in that lower bracket. Of course, they still have to wait for the rest of things to play out to figure out who they'll be squaring off against in that lower bracket final. We had asked the question going into things, Ryan, if we thought Dr. Bowman would be able to continue with their momentum. The two other guys who sat back and watched that thing from the sideline, they weren't quite convinced. You and I, well, we ended up proving our knowledge of ball just a little bit. I mean, 5 games was all it took for them to be able to walk away victorious.
Yep, it was 5 games in the end. I thought it would be 4, but I want to say it definitely did not feel like a formality. There were times there, sure, where Dr. Booman looked absolutely unstoppable. But Warwick put up a hell of a fight. I really don't think that series score is as representative of how good Warwick were for large portions of that series, both defensively and offensively. Like, if you talk about Dr. Booman as the cream of the crop, then Warwick were really, like, actually pushing them at times. And there were times where you could see Dr. Booman definitely relaxed a little bit, and Warwick punished them straight away. It was like, no, you know, you guys are not going to do this to us. You guys are not going to be complacent. You're going to have to fight for this. So hats off, fair play to Warwick. They do stay alive in the lower bracket, and we'll see what kind of a run they can make as we progress through.
Well, we actually have ourselves our first interview of Uni Rocketeer Spring 2026. We'll be sitting down and chatting with Zeto a little bit after their victory, right after the break. So make sure y'all don't go anywhere if it's your first time through. Maybe make sure you hit that follow button if you haven't already done so, because we will be back with final action tomorrow as well. But we do still have one more series today after that interview that we were talking about. So we're going to go ahead and send things off to a quick break, and we'll be back with our lower bracket action right after this.
I don't wanna lose it all, lose it all. Loving you, no. I have done to start letting go. I don't wanna. It's making me realize everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I. Everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I.
After sweeping Roehampton in the upper bracket semifinals, it felt like it was probably more of a formality than anything if Dr. Bowman was going to be able to take down Warwick, but I don't think anyone figured it was going to be that quick. I know Orion said 4. I feel like the rest of us were kind of expecting it to be more of a dogfight than it was, and I think that really it does have to give credit where credit's due. Really to Dr. Bowman, who came out all guns ablazing, only dropping one game, and I think really when you kind of talk about this squad, Dr. Bowman, they've been dominant through all 3 days of play. We got Zeto, who's going to be joining us here for a quick interview. Zeto, how you feeling today?
Hey guys, I'm feeling quite good. I mean, first series was kind of shaky, even though we swept it, but yeah, we're feeling quite comfortable now.
That was actually going to be one thing that I know Orion was going to talk to you about in the moment, but what I wanted to ask you about personally, you guys have been around the scene for a bit, always I feel like have the target on your back whenever you come onto a pitch across the field from anyone here at Uni Rocketeers, but you always find a way to come out on top. What is the, I guess, what do you feel is the biggest thing that helps credit to that success? Is there something that you guys do as far as practice-wise? Are you spending extra time outside of the esports lab kind of building on your chemistry, or what's the secret sauce?
Actually, it's probably just we don't think that much, basically. So Pindroy, Green, and me also played Rival Rush, and I mean, first half was quite good, second half quite bad. So we have like very much experience together since like October. I think that's like an advantage as well. But for example, in the last like 6 or 8 weeks, we didn't even play together. So this is the first event playing like now. So yeah, I think it's like kind of a fresh start that helps us quite a lot.
And you've been at, of course, Dr. Bowman now for quite some time, and they've been at the top of, especially the Uni Rocketeers scene, for what feels like forever at this point. Consistently a top two team. Of course, there's a World Championship in there as well. What makes Dr. Bowman as an establishment so supportive for you guys as players and so successful as well historically in the collegiate scene?
I mean, obviously it's the infrastructure that helps us quite a lot. So we have like offline places that we can play together from. We have the scholarship system that helps us quite a lot, so we can do our studies whenever we want, kind of, and like it's very flexible, so that helps us really much. And yeah, I mean, obviously the persons behind it, like they're all very supportive. They help us wherever they can, and yeah, I mean, it's just a very luxury thing, I guess.
Nice, very nice. I want to focus in a little bit on this particular event, Uni Rocketeers Spring 2026. And I want to talk to you a little bit, Zeto, about Swiss last week. Of course, we had a little bit of a disrupted schedule, but by the end of it, Dr. Bowman came out 3-0, pretty much untouched by any of the other teams in the Swiss. So my question really is, how much confidence did that Swiss stage give you moving into this double elim bracket this week?
I think it was quite important that we went out 3-0 because, just like I said, it was the first event or like first time playing back together now. So we kind of had to get things going. We went to game 5 against a team that we didn't even like plan to go to games 5 against. Also, like today, the first run against Bath was kind of shaky, so we had to get going there again. And I think, yeah, I mean, overall, it just the machine has to get going again, and I think we did quite well, and hope we can carry on to tomorrow.
Well, Pegasus mentioned it, that you've always been top 2. Obviously, the other half of that 2 is Roehampton, who you faced and dispatched of quite comfortably. What were your expectations going into that series, given you've played them so much? And did the series result match your expectations, or were you surprised by how confidently you were able to beat them?
I mean, obviously we want to win, but we didn't expect us to just go for 4-0. I think Roehampton had quite some problems, like stats said, ping-wise, but I mean, same was like with us during the server. So yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I mean, in the last winter event, we lost to them, which really made me mad personally, because like we just built the roster like new. We added Green instead of Dano, and I was expecting us to like play way better. And then getting reverse sweeps and stuff, like record reset and losing them is like, yeah, kind of frustrating. So yeah, I mean, we are more hungry than ever. And I think if Roehampton can fix their stuff tomorrow, it will definitely be harder for us to like beat them, especially like when Arrow and Risen get things going. So yeah, but I'm excited for tomorrow.
Well, speaking of tomorrow, you have already locked in your spot into the grand finals. I feel like we always see quite a bit of support from Dr. Bowman in the chat. Is there anything that you want to say, whether it's to the fans of Dr. Bowman, parents, friends, people who are watching at home?
I mean, obviously, we want to say thank you to everyone, like especially our family, like girlfriends, and especially like Booman and the PFH in Germany. So like they're helping us with everything. Like huge thank you to all of the persons who are supporting us to make the whole thing, like the whole project even possible. Because I know it's quite hard. Roehampton and us are like the only two European universities out there who like build something like the structures and infrastructure we have right now. Even though it's more common in America, I think it's Europe has to just follow up on that and kind of get things going. So shout out to like all projects and investors out there to make something possible built on the scholars, like on the student scene. And yeah, I mean, let's hope for the best tomorrow.
All right, well, Zeto, we will definitely be keeping an eye out to see how things go tomorrow, and maybe even we get to chat again, depending on how things go. But we do appreciate you taking a couple of minutes of your time here, and we'll let you join the rest of your squad and kind of take things in and start prepping for tomorrow. We appreciate you, Zeto.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the chance.
All right, well, we have one spot that's already been punched into that grand finals, and every time we meet, we wonder if it's going to be another German versus English squad. Well, the German squad's already there. We have 5 English squads left, so let's go ahead and, I guess, start figuring out which one of them will be taking in that second spot of the dance. We're going to be starting in the lower round of 6 for our last round on the day. We're going to be going to Birmingham versus Barcelona. We talked about that Barcelona series. They started with taking 2 off of Dr. Bowman. You know what? I know we've had a little bit longer of a break here because we had the interview. So let's go ahead and just start moving straight on into predictions here. Keep things nice and light. Pegasus, tell me how you think things are going to be breaking down this series.
We saw Birmingham earlier in the stream, and to be completely honest with you, I wasn't completely impressed with the way they were able to play. There were moments where they completely dominated that series, but I felt like they had to take a few more of those chances to stay really consistent and pull off that sweep. And Bath haven't had a single bad series. They lost to Dr. Bowman 4-2, beat Arcada 4-2. They're on a little bit of a tear if you go game by game there. So I know that Rhino spoke about last week, this being the story to look out for. I might steal that from him. I think he's correct. I'm going to have to go for Bath here.
Yeah, I felt like Bath was the one that I said was surprised that they had to wait till round 5 to get through. They've caught heat here. You riding the Barcelona train, Rhino?
Oh, okay. All right, so here's where I'm at. With this. Today, Pegasus has passed over the poison chalice to me. I have predicted 3 games, and I have predicted every single one of them incorrectly so far today. And I said last week that I would love to see the Barcelona lower bracket run. I called it out from minute 1. So in order to aid the Barcelona run, I'm gonna pick Birmingham here. I'm gonna take the prediction of Birmingham, and we're gonna see just how poisoned this chalice is.
Oh, we're 1-1 thus far here, Orion. Tell me, which way you leaning?
I personally am leaning Bath. I think Birmingham, like, if you just look at this match standalone, I think Birmingham would be the stronger team on paper. If you look at the Swiss, you would have to go with Birmingham as well. I think Pegasus is onto something. Taking 2 games off Dr. Booman and having Zedo say, like, we weren't playing our best. Like, for Bath to kind of, facilitate that, and then 4-2 Arcada as well, who were looking to be one of the strongest teams in the tournament. Bath, they've shown up to this bracket, and Birmingham have just been slapped down 4-0 by Warwick. I don't think they're going to be feeling that good about themselves at the moment. I'm really feeling Bath here.
Well, you're leading the charge for this Bath, I guess we'll call it the hype train, Pegasus. So tell me the game plan. How are they going to come out on top here?
I have no idea what Bath do in those series. I haven't had the pleasure of seeing it firsthand. So whatever magic they've been cooking off screen, we better see it on the stream as well. We know they're a hard-working roster. You know they're never going to give up. It took all 4 qualifiers for them to be here in the first place. They may have DQ'd their way out of Qual 1, but they failed in Qual 2, they failed in Qual 3, and then we look at the Swiss. They failed to qualify in round 3. They failed to qualify in round 4. They still find a way. And pardon the pun, but Bath are like water, and they'll always find a crack to slip through.
Well, the lower bracket is always interesting. You'll have one team coming in off the back of a win, one coming in off the back of a loss. So, Rhino, what does Birmingham have to do here to recover from that sweep that they just suffered to Warwick, come out on top here?
Except that they arguably played the second best team that we've seen on stream today. That's probably it, right? Like, you've got to look at that Warwick side. They really took it to Dr. Booman in that last series. They looked really good. They are singing on the same hymn sheet. Really impressed with what I'm seeing from Warwick so far. So Birmingham just have to accept, well, it's not going to get much harder in this lower bracket until we meet Warwick again in the lower finals. So if we keep playing like we are, we'll be fine. That's got to be the game plan. If things start going wrong after a game or two, though, I would be very, very nervous for them.
Well, I'm anticipating this one should be a banger, so it's only fitting that we're split down the middle as far as our predictions. Go ahead and give me Birmingham. Give me a 4-2 for them to come out on top. As much as I would love to see that Barcelona lower bracket run, I think this is where it stops. So let's go ahead and get down to it. This is the lower bracket round of 6. One of these two teams looks to make the Final Four. Will it be Birmingham, or can Barcelona keep the lower bracket run alive? The best of 7. Let's go ahead and take to the pitch.
It's a stalwart of the university scene here in the UK in Birmingham, taking on the newcomers, the side that had to bite and scratch and claw to make their way to the Unirocketeers Spring 2026 finals. Bath are on an incredible run here in the lower bracket. They took Dr. Booman to 6 games earlier today. But when will this fairy tale run end? Will it be now, Pegasus?
Finland have been eliminated. Belgium have been eliminated. Now it's just the UK to take on their very own. And Saya gets us started. It's an early goal for Birmingham. Something is giving me a sense of deja vu.
Yeah, very nervy. Right off the bat from Surya. And now, with Birmingham 1 up, they are going to try to just extend, but good save from Killer might not matter. Surya's got 2, and Birmingham are off to the races.
Well, we know they like to get started quick with the gates. I did, of course, allude to it a little bit earlier, Rhino. Just a few seconds ago, can you believe there's already been 2 goals? But they scored first within the first 30 seconds in a majority of the games we saw versus Southampton. So Bath letting 2 slip, never going to be good on their half, but they will always be able to claw themselves right back. Birmingham have famously had one right in response after the kickoff. Vinci playing it a bit precariously from corner to corner, but it's going to be Max Goatstappen to take goal 1 for Bath. And I do just want to mention this, Rhino.
Yeah.
What on earth are these names on the side of Bath? We got Fel 17, I quite like that. Killer Car Crash and Max Goatstappen. They're my number 1 in terms of player names for sure.
Yeah, I think I'm going to have to agree with that. And Killer Car Crash might be my favorite player if he's able to convert that one. No, it's going to be Max to get his second of the game. 2-2. I hope no one had anywhere to be tonight. Lock yourselves in. This is going to be a long series. Defenses need not apply. All gas, no brakes.
Well, I talk about at the beginning of the series being the hardest time to score that first goal because you always start off with that drought. The longer you last, the tougher it is to warm up in the series. Both these teams don't have to worry about that. This is a Game 3 start and the Game 1 opener of a best of 7. Both teams are fired up. They're here in the lower bracket and are coming to play. Finty almost getting us started with a wonderful mechanical effort. Instead, Seria will mess up their own, and Max Verstappen is going to pick up a hat-trick in the first minutes.
It's just a little bit quicker than the recovering Birmingham players. They pushed so many resources forwards, they weren't ready for the counter. Max was down that right-hand wall, just got in front, and suddenly Bath have gone from 2-0 down to 3-2 up in game number 1. This is going to be a wild and woolly series, folks. This is definitely going to be, hopefully, the best entertainment we've seen of the night, because so far, games have been a little bit lackluster here on the UR stream. That's about to change, I get the feeling, Sir Pegasus. Oh, especially with that
been
demo.
given an opener. There you go. Makes it 6. And it was March 10 to put it in the centre. Killer car crash. Got himself in an accident. Fel17 just avoiding that bump as well. But, right, I hope you had no plans for the night, and I extend that to the stream chat as well. This is one that could potentially go the difference in a record-breaking fashion.
Let's strap in, folks. We are in for a long old night. That one might go home. No, I mean, we've not even played a minute and a half yet, and it's 6 goals in. The chance here for Max. Well, one of the reasons that you never watch the replays on a 1v1 is because there are so many goals, and it would take 20 minutes to watch one single 5-minute game. Well, you might have to start making rules like that in 3v3 as well if players continue to score as freely as they are. But defenses seem to be just settling down now. I might have jinxed it. Goodness me. Max makes the save.
It wasn't a convincing save either. Had a bit more time than he gave himself credit for, and that made it a bit awkward when he just flicks that ball up still. Birmingham do not pick up their 4th as a result. It's 3 very high-pressed players off Bath, and that's why they don't commit. They recognise the danger of the position. Max Verstappen back on the risk assessment. Somehow gets that ball over to Felt in the centre. Can't flick it over March 10. There's an option on the left-hand side. So he's got a bump, but the ball was already offloaded. It's a good block coming from Finty. And Seria's flip reset. Not going to be too inspiring of a chance.
No, not for the moment. Finty off that right-hand side. Hit away by Bath. 3-3. We finally played just over half of this game, believe it or not. Killer car crash off that left side. Intercepted. Birmingham exerting their pressure, making Bath struggle to get out of their half. Fel17 can't get much going there. Killer car crash, the last back. Seria try and confuse and bamboozle. Doesn't do well enough. The clearance is in. All 3 Birmingham players in a very similar position. They won't get found out though, and they continue to maintain possession. Actually, Killer car crash has made a way through. Shot on. Seria saved.
Back to Match 10, pinches it just down the line, but Fel17's waiting, got decent boost of attack just to take it across to the car crash. Still beaten by Seria. Finty's got nothing. Matt Verstappen has to make that read, does well, and there's already a player waiting on the offload, but Seria cuts it down quick. This is definitely one of the most fast-paced games of the day right now, and I don't think this is the place in the bracket we would expect that to be the case, but it is just front-footed action. And that one cut across. Birmingham still waiting for that 7th goal. The 6th came in such quick time. And I feel a bit spoiled to expect one so soon, but Finty off the angle still finds the target. And there it is. Birmingham eventually find their lead.
Angles and then some. Look at this. That's a really difficult finish to try and get that through beyond the near post. And Birmingham take the lead. 4-3 now. Just need to hold out for another 60 seconds, but we've already seen how difficult that can be. Oh no! Finty, one of the most difficult opportunities put away, one of the easiest put to the side.
Max Verstappen not going to be able to follow up with Smash 10 with Seria Low down on the ground, still jumps early. Killer car crash on the infield pass. Has to find the bottom corner, and he does. It's 8 yet again, and we're starting to get an idea of how Bath have found so many chaotic matchups. Because this is just the way they play, Rhino. You're out of book. You're all surprised. All of a sudden, it's defense to offense. The back of your net, you reset on the kickoff.
Here we go again. Will the final minute of the game be similar to the first, where it's goals upon goals upon goals? Right-hand side, pass to the back post. Fincy, not enough contact. Bell 70, wanting the team pinch, not finding it. 30 seconds to go. Bath have been battling from behind for this entire game. Could they snatch it right at the end? Not with that opportunity cleared away by Finty. And actually, he's going to go back down the other end with an opportunity. Reset over the top. The finish, no! Killer car crash save.
Rush 10. Tries to flick over. Fell 17 falls dangerously towards Bath possession, but it's low boost to make the attack really work. Killer car crash will take over the spot. Match 10 doesn't hit ground quite yet. Still needed to wait that second longer. Bath couldn't keep it up. We're in OT. Goal 9 will be the decider for game 1.
Goodness gracious me. If this is anything to go by for the rest of this series, then I am super excited. So we have got that content. We've got that excitement that we wanted to see here for Union Rocketeers Spring 2026. Killer car crash has been lights out. Looking for the bottom left corner. Saved on the goal line. Still a chance from Fel 70. Tries to win the 50. Can't do so at the near post.
Back up to Finty. Let's go. Stappen's been bumped out of the way. Killer car crash, but on the other lap still gets it to Fel 70. Maj 10 and the 100 has options between his two teammates. Lays off early to Finty. And ultimately, that didn't build to anything special. It's all about keeping that high press, preventing the Bath escape, and slotting the ball when the opportunities present themselves. They've been common in this game, but Birmingham are rewarded for their consistency.
Yeah, that's been the difference between the two teams in game 1, is that level of consistency. Bath making a few too many mistakes in the back lines. Meanwhile, it was more Birmingham making mistakes in their front lines that was causing them problems. The counter-attack from Bath was very strong indeed. It took advantage a couple of times of the kind of return play that they were able to get, whereas Birmingham just continued to have that field domination. I think you can see it in the statistics. 73% in favor of Birmingham. That's going to tell you all you really need to know about game 1.
I have never seen a stat line like that in my life, Rhino. Usually it gets past that 60% mark, and we're sitting here thinking, wow, that one team really dominated, the other team simply couldn't breathe. Yet Bath, in a way, make it look easy. This is not a fish out of water. This is where they are meant to be. They're happy to just defend, hope those counterattacks go their way, and pick up a few shock results. It was a shocking first result with 9 goals, matching what could be in an entire best-of-7 series all in one game. I hope it continues like this, because so far, maybe I'm calling it a bit early, Rhino, and it's a bit unfair, but this has been game of the night already.
Yeah. It definitely has. We'll see if it does continue, but there's definitely a problem that comes with losing in OT, and that is a bit of motivation gets lost. You start to worry maybe it's not your night, and the mental game really starts at that point. So Bath need to stabilize, need to bring themselves back into a position where they are content and they don't feel like the game is getting away from them, and the way to do that really is to score first. But with Birmingham playing the way that they have been in that game number 1, it's going to be a tall order.
All across, Smush 10 should be the one to chase it. The offload pass goes towards Finty, 50 vote. As the second man reach Killer car crash, not on target, saved by Much 10. It'll be required again, but he jumped early, and Fel 17 makes the most of that opened up near post. A bit of panic from distance from Birmingham, and Bath are sure to capitalise.
And boy, are they. What a finish. In off the left-hand post. Difficult to save even if Maj 10 had stayed on the inside of the left post. And Bath, well, they're going to feel pretty confident now. I said that they needed to score first. They've got that. can they now move forwards? That's a really awkward pinch. Dealt with by Finty. Gets a second touch as well. Now Killer Car Crash off the right side. Cleared away for the moment by Maj10, but under so much pressure, Matko Stappen finds a pass into the middle. Cleared away by Birmingham, but right there is Killer Car Crash. Gets the reset, goes high. Good save on the goal line.
It was great control, and Bath have done well to keep it in the final third because Birmingham have had those little tight moments in the corner. Maj10 has managed to alleviate a lot of pressure off himself, but it's all about where that final hit lies, and every single time it's gone to Bath in this game. That's not what we're seeing in the opener, but now it's going to be a 3 against 1. Fincy manages to get that bump and Killer Car Crash, and Maj10, it's going to be a simple run away across the line to grab that equaliser for themselves. And well, that's the problem with a team like Bath. We were talking about all that pressure they were applying on Birmingham in the corner, but as soon as they break through that high line, they've run out of players to defend.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what is Killer Car Crash meant to do there, right? He's got one player coming towards him for the demo, and then he's also got to try and challenge the ball. Really difficult position as the last man. Not much he could do about it. It's a nice block there in the midfield, so yeah, going to have to kind of readjust. Actually, he does a really good job of it. Now, reset, pass, looking for an opportunity. It's going to be cleared away by Killer Car Crash, and now the counter actually might be in for Bath. Not going to be with that demo. Oh, still could be there. Maj10 clears away. Maxko Stappen jumping for joy, and Birmingham can forge another attack.
Well, in this circus, it's time to see some acrobatics. Fincy with a reset. Can't get beat past Killer Car Crash. Saya goes for the 50. Maj10 from deep. Sends it across. It's going to be a confident touch coming from Fel17 still. Maintains the ball in their half. Birmingham just haven't been able to find that moment of control. Now's their chance with Maj10. Finding Saya. It's off the crossbar. It somehow doesn't go across. Physics are broken for a brief moment, and Birmingham are still looking for that goal.
How on earth has that not gone over the line? That is ludicrous. So yeah, off the left-hand side, looking to try and right the wrongs from just a moment ago. Finty now moving into the middle, reset, looking to finish into the top right corner. Great control, great aerial dribble, 2-1.
And through all the madness, Fincy has still found a passage of play. We called him the underrated MVP of the opening series of the day. With the way he created space for his team and was able to offload to his teammates, but individually he still has those talents. But Bath looked to nullify that immediately, but Fel17 is too powerful. Is back to that side, while Maxko Stappen has to make work happen off that ceilings, off that back wall. Fel17's there for some reason, and now Killer Car Crash has to chase all the way back. The redirect wasn't on target. They've knocked it over one. And this is truly end-to-end yet again. Birmingham haven't been able to steal that away from them. The 50 is good, but it's just wide of a mark, but the angle is enough for Maxko Stappen on the hairpin.
As soon as you saw this pass to the back post, you just felt like Fel17 had the opportunity to make the play. The double commit from Birmingham just solidifies it. There is a demo as well, but the recovery's not fast enough. And Bath led the way early on. Were pushed back to 2-1 down, and now, well, they're going to try and take the victory in regulation. The fake is there from Killer Car Crash. Still a chance for Maxko Stappen. Fel17 comes in from deep. So much pressure, no output.
And it is back on to that 50, which has gone so well for Birmingham this time. Usually that's fallen to the favour of Bath by those wider boosts. Finty opens up the space as well. Maj10 though, very vertical, can't slap that one into ground. Finty's going to struggle against Maxko Stappen. Killer Car Crash on the turn, just pops it high, and there's a moment to breathe between these two teams. Saya now is going to be panicking all over again, as are the Birmingham defence. They still calm down and find a way to keep the ball out for the time being, but the offense still flowing for the Bath. Maxko Stappen has had to turn that counter back into their favour. Saya's not going to let it happen this quickly, and it is side to side, up and down, every blade of grass getting covered within 10 seconds of play. Try and keep up, ladies and gentlemen. My eyes are already bruised.
Well, we went to OT in game number one. So far, it looks like we are going to suffer the same fate. As now Maj 10 over to that right-hand side. Bath will want this counter-attack. They will want to keep the ball up. Killer Car Crash passes down to Max Verstappen. Surya making the save. Fel17 keeps it alive. I don't really know why, because he's in big trouble. And Finty finishes the job. And this is all down to Fel17. Actually, no, it bounced off the bottom corner. I thought Fel17 kept it up. Oh, no. Awful luck for Bath. But Birmingham converts right at the death.
Bath have slipped in the shower. He panicked as soon as he saw the ball go up that curve, and he knew he had a player chasing close, but you still have to keep your composure and try and play for those 50s. Lord forbid, let the ball keep rolling. It's going towards your corner. But it's such a frustrating run to see run away for Bath. But it's the second game in a row, Rhino. I don't think I have seen a game of Rocket League quite like it. If you have stayed in this stream for the full few hours we have been here, you have been rewarded with your patience. What a game selection. What a matchup this has been. Who's to say Bath can't come back, Rhino?
Bath maybe at this point, given that they just continue throwing these games away. But I mean, look, at the end of the day, this is peak entertainment. But the big problem that Bath have right now is that game ended 11 shots for Birmingham to the 4 that Bath had. That's not good enough. That is absolutely not good enough. How on earth are Bath even still in these games with statistics like that? You've got to take more opportunities. You've got to take more shots. Hopefully they can do so on Neo Tokyo.
They got away with a one-game loss of 20% field domination in game one. This Bath team could get away with possibly anything other than passing the ball in field in 0 seconds. Seryevo picks this one up of the kickoff. It was one goal to make the difference with an opening goal for game one. Well, Bath have learned their lesson this time. Finty pops high, but is only going to find a blue car in that corner. No second touches, though. It's going to be Finty all over again. Max Verstappen does well on the 50. Killer Car Crash is going to have to fight his way through, but a tussle doesn't lead to a teammate. Finty with the drop down pass. It's all Maj 10. That is such a clean transition from Birmingham.
Yeah, it is. This is one of the best we've seen all day. The pass downfield, Finty's already there. Doesn't decide to take the shot. We know he's got that aerial control. Decides instead to just drop that down to a teammate. Top left corner found from Maj 10. That is one of the most confident ways we've seen a team start a game so far tonight. And since they're already 2-0 up in the series, well, why not? A couple of whiffs there on the sidewall, just to remind us that this game is as chaotic as ever. And we've got just over 4 minutes still to play. So Bath still very much in the game, but Birmingham starting to settle, you get the feeling.
Yeah, of course. And, well, I'm hoping that they can continue to maintain that stability, because Bath know how to give them a wobble. That bump certainly will. Killer Car Crash had only the low shot option to go for. Steal. Finty makes sure to keep it covered. Fel17 with a catch. Has a bit of space. Can't take too much time. Seryevo has allowed this one to move towards the corner. The Bath second and third then have readjusted accordingly, defending that halfway line as if it's their own net. Killer Car Crash off that back wall. Finty again saves the day for Birmingham.
The defensive positioning for Bath just looks a little bit too high for my liking. It really could get caught out, as it already has done a couple of times this series on the counter-attack. It just needs to, that third man just needs to sit back a little bit deeper, and then I'll be a little bit more comfortable, and maybe they will as well. So yeah, off this left-hand side, the defense is back in now for Bath. It won't really matter too much if they continue to miss the ball. Fel17 trying to take it past Maj 10. Maj 10 makes connection, might not matter. Ball across, chance for Killer Car Crash. Backboard, who's there? Max can't get there in time.
And it's off wide yet again. Fel17's up. It's a good first touch. Has enough to get a second on the 50. Killer Car Crash, though, will take the ball for themselves. Higher percentage with higher boost in the tank as well. But those have all been used, and but no real reward to sow. The bump though, so good on the line. Killer Car Crash has gone in the way of their own teammate. That was possibly the most Bath way for that offense to end. The counter-attack comes. It's Birmingham And these tram lines still maintain their destination as the lower semi-finals.
You remember when you asked me who's to say that Bath can't come back, and I said Bath? Yeah. Yeah, man.
Yeah, that was... I mean, it's the most basic analysis, but it works so well in this case. However, Killer Car Crash has something to say about it.
He does.
Straight off the kickoff, lands on him nicely. Finty has been the main defensive force for Birmingham consistently. And even this time, with higher boost in the tank, he's been beaten. So who knows? Bath, yet again, could send us on another spin in the washing machine. And just lock him up.
No way.
Or Birmingham. Or Birmingham or Bath. It's off the crossbar. What is going on? What is in the air? What is in the water?
Oh my goodness gracious. This is... well, it is a car crash, isn't it? Let's be honest. As Fel 7T goes off the backboard, Max has been bumped off the play. Killer Car Crash over on the right-hand side. He wants a redirect. Not going to find it. But the fake might have been enough. No, Surya able to just send it on its way into the corner. Fel 7T pops it high. Finty driving downfield, finds the pass. Shot might be on target, but we'll never know. Now Finty looking for the shot. Fel 7T sends it away. I mean, Bath is still very much in this game. Given everything that's happened so far, they absolutely shouldn't be. But if they get one more goal, we could be talking about another OT stanza or another 0-second situation. You just need to find that way through.
Well, that's been the story of Bath in this Uni Rocketeer campaign. It doesn't matter where they find themselves, some way, somehow, they always have a chance to pull up a result. And it has gotten them this far in the competition in top 8. It's already impressive to make it to the main event. Now they're in top 6, potentially looking at a little bit more if they could pull off a miracle comeback against Birmingham. And again, I'm just never going to count them out in that regards, although a reverse sweep in a best of 7 feels too much to ask for, so I need to see a goal with the 45 seconds left on the clock. Inside pass too fast for Killer Car Crash.
Not especially well measured at that moment, and now Maj 10 playing the ball into the middle, but it's intercepted once again. Lots of resources forwards at this point for Birmingham. Finty still pushes to the side. Maj 10 decides not to go for it, wants the boost instead. Proves to be the right decision. Moving over to this left-hand side. Fel 7T, big interception. Backboard not found though. Surya able to block and send away. Pass middle. Again, not going to find pay dirt for Bath. Can they do something in the final 13 seconds? It's looking less and less likely as Birmingham have possession and they're deep in Bath territory. Now the pass middle once again. Only going to meet an orange car. That should do it for this game, but stranger things have happened. There we go. Birmingham, one game away from the lower bracket semi-final.
And we know that those timeouts are available, and Killer Car Crash and Max Verstappen might just need a pit stop. It's a reverse sweep requirement for the team, and despite this series very much being a Barcelona series, the results haven't tipped in their favour, and it has been confirmed, Rhino, with absolutely zero surprise. Bath are using that timeout.
I'm sorry. I'm still recoiling from seeing that Bath in that last game had 70% field domination. What is this series?
I guess.
Looking back in my head, it makes sense. Like, I get it, but it's the complete opposite to what we saw in game number 1, right? Where Birmingham had all of the field domination. It was still a very even game. Birmingham were able to see it out. Bath didn't feel like they were in this game for the first 2.5 minutes until they were able to score, and yet they still somehow had 70% field domination across that game. I'm lost, bro. I've got no idea what's going on.
Let me help you out.
Okay,
here,
please.
Rhino.
Thank you.
Game 1 was a 1-goal difference.
Was.
I think of first 15 seconds, Barcelona were not ready. Birmingham got themselves the opening goal, and that was that.
Okay.
That was the difference in that series. Game 2, we saw the infield pass on 0 seconds.
We did.
That gave it away to Birmingham. So Bath kind of threw away game 2 as well.
Yep.
Game 3, it's a 1-goal difference yet again, somehow. They had all the field domination. They were not scoring. In fact, I seem to recall a crossbar hit followed by a post hit followed by a teammate save on the goal line.
Yeah, I
A
remember
goal
something similar, yeah.
difference, which then went to the other side of the pitch and in their own net. So that would have been the 2-goal difference they needed to take the lead. So what I'm seeing is that Bath are almost getting over the line and then throwing it away themselves towards Birmingham. So they need to just find that little bit of calm within themselves while still maintaining the chaos that gives us a Bath game and plays Birmingham outside of any previous experiences they've been on. And it has to happen now. Match points to Birmingham.
Reverse sweep required for Barcelona to continue on their journey here in Uni Rocketeers Spring 2026. But Birmingham, they smell blood in the water. They are very ready to take this series in as few games as possible. Maybe not with that challenge. Goodness me, Finty getting back in time to make that save. And now Surya trying to spark something in attack. Doesn't really get that going. Actually, Finty finds a pass. Surya goes by. Is the third man there? No, will be cleared away by Bob.
It's back over to Fel 17. 50'd off by Mush 10. This one will clear out wide. Killer Car Crash though gets it nicely to Max Verstappen. What a save though from Mash 10 yet again. That's 2 defensive contributions. Quick off the trot. Vinci should have a shot on there. It's saved by Max Verstappen. I'll pass back from Verstappen again. Finds Killer Car Crash. It is low boost, a tough clearance to make, and well, you are rewarded with this series victory, of course, with a guaranteed top 4 spots and a bit of tomorrow's action. Unfortunately, though, it is going to be against Roehampton off the back of a 4-1 win versus Southampton.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Southampton getting a game there, to be fair, based on how Roehampton were playing earlier, that's not massively surprising. But it could mean that Roehampton are back to the juggernauts in the scene that we know they are, which is very scary prospects for anybody to want to play. Double commit going forwards there. It's not going to happen on that occasion. Maj 10 lays the ball into the middle. Killer Car Crash takes it long. Just does get that extra touch, but again, they're loose touches moving forwards. We saw with Finty's goal earlier, the way he's able to keep that close control in the air. So important to be able to do on your aerials, and at the moment, Bath just not able to replicate that quality just yet.
Killer Car Crash beaten by Finty. L7 gets that huge clearance across. It's 2 minutes gone. No goals scored somehow, Rhino. But Max Verstappen looking to change that. Ends up faking out his own teammate. But a Birmingham player is sent flying as well. Finty forced to take it over. Fel 17 towards the target. Max Verstappen has to find a bump. Doesn't. And somehow Maj 10 achieves a saviour medal. Fred's the hole. Fred through the needle. And Max Verstappen ends up having the ball fall onto his feet. It's goal 1 Bath after a huge escape from Maj 10 is completely thwarted.
Yeah, I mean, Bath have probably had the most almost goals I might have ever seen in a series so far. Just the way that they're able to formulate opportunities, good opportunities, and get the ball to hit either the post, the bar. Like, I have absolutely no idea. I have absolutely no idea. But they do end up converting in the end, thankfully for them. And now, Killer Car Crash looking to go again. But he's hit the left-hand post after an incredible save on the goal line from Surya. Maj 10 takes a shot. Killer Car Crash plays it to the side. But only as far as Finty is the second man there. Yes, they are! But another good save, this time from Max.
I do want to see more from Surya in this game. Actually bails away from that one. That's so intelligent! And Maj 10 will catch it inside the box, and this is, in essence, a 3-man play coming from Birmingham. It fakes that man up high. Max Verstappen has nothing in the tank, and Maj has been pretty consistent throughout the entirety of this 4th game. Defensively extremely strong, and as soon as he's in that final third of the pitch, he makes sure he's not wasteful.
Yeah, absolutely. Birmingham back in it. They are still chasing that sweep, and oh my goodness, that one almost dropped. Shot from Surya, but not on target. Ball to the left side. Bit of a passing play coming through from Birmingham. They don't make it stick. Now Maj 10. Oh, takes that away from Surya. Not the play that I would have thought of. Surya bailed away earlier for Maj10 shot. I'm not sure that was repaid there by Maj10, and Birmingham do not score because of it.
Back out vote. It is going to be Finty to take it high. The 50 against Max Verstappen. There's a lot to be bargained for Birmingham, and Bath were prepared for it. Killer Car Crash should be up to this one first. No false hits inside. Fel7t positioned so well to steal it away, but that's not going to find the target, and it's 100 boost potential. Coast-to-coast opportunity for Finty, but that boost burns down fast, and Fel7t is already there on the intercept. Maj10 is able to make the catch. Killer Car Crash's catch is too heavy, and now it's Birmingham that are looming outside the box, but Car Crash again finds the escape.
Oh, not for long. Maj10 down the right-hand side, looking to take it through off the right corner. And that's how quick it can happen. From a clearance that looked so good to a defense that looked so bad. Maj10 off the right-hand side. Beautiful work as he picks up the 100 boost, flies through the air, gets enough power on the shot to beat the defending player. And Birmingham 30 seconds away from a date with Roehampton.
Oh, it's a good catch coming from Surya. Bath are going to play desperately in these final 30 seconds. You've seen them throw all men forward, and Birmingham have been forced to try and survive. That has been in this game as well. We're about to see another level. 15 seconds, Maj10 just trying to pass it around the offensive players, though Killer Car Crash still manages to catch it. It's off that backboard. There's a player there. It's Fel7t high off the backboard. First man doesn't read. Surya clears it off to the corner. There's no one on the infield for Fel7t. It hits the ground. Birmingham take the series in the strangest sweep in Uni Rocketeers history.
What on earth did we just watch? I mean, technically it was a game of Rocket League, sure. I just don't know if I can ever explain it as that, though. So much went wrong for Bath. So much went wrong for Birmingham as well. It's just less stuff went wrong for Birmingham than Bath in the end. I think that's the only analysis I can really give Pegasus, is that's how we found our winner.
Yeah, Maj10 as well had a blinding performance in that last game. Of course, picked up all of the goals for Birmingham. Also was defensively extremely strong. Otherwise, Bath were going to be a lot more in that game than it initially looked like. There were positions that Birmingham were escaping from that at first I thought was completely impossible, Rhino, but I can just tell we are absolutely frazzled as a result of that series. I need a shrink. I need perhaps a bath, but what I definitely need is going to be a break. But when we do come back, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have ourselves an interview with one of the Birmingham players. We'd like for it to be Maj10, who is, I would say, Rhino, our MVP from that series. So make sure, ladies and gentlemen, to stick around. We'll be right back.
To pretending like I never met you. No, it's all for the best, cause I know we're a mess every time we're together. Going out of my mind, and I wish I could lie, tell you that it gets better. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months where I can't seem to I can't seem
feel this tide choke my neck and I just wonder why I'm buried in a suit I'd never buy, a suit I'd never buy. Cufflinks on my wrist, I can't act surprised when the shovels hit dirt in the earth. Did they start to cry? Since I'm 17, I've been looking for a place to make me be complete. I've been looking all alone out there for anything to make me feel alive. Bring me back to life. Cufflinks on my wrist, I can't act surprised when the shovels hit dirt in the earth. Did they start to cry? Since I'm 17, I've been looking for a place to make me be complete. I've been looking all alone out there for anything to make me feel alive. Bring me back to life.
All I wanna do is to put my arms around you and watch these moments fall back into place. All I wanna do is to make you stop and love me. How can I be blue when you catch me in these feelings like okay. I love you, I do need you, I do love you, I do need you, I love you, I do need you, ooh, I love you, I do need you, ooh, I love you, I do need you, I do love you, I do need you, I love you, I do need you, ooh, I love you, I do need you. All I wanna do is to put my arms around you and watch these moments fall back into place. All I wanna do is to make you stop and love me. How can I be blue when you catch me in these feelings like okay. I love you, I do, I need you, I do, I love you, I do, I need you, I love you, I do, I need you, ooh, I love you, I do, need you, ooh, I love you, I do, need you, I do, I love you, I do, need you, I love you, I do, need you, ooh, I love you, I do, need you.
Well, there was questions if the lower bracket run from Barcelona was going to be able to continue, but those questions got put to bed relatively quickly. Birmingham was able to come out and look absolutely dominant over the course of 4 games to be able to secure themselves a spot in the Final Four. They will have to make sure they get kicked off on the right foot, as they will be squaring off against the reigning champions of Roehampton, but I think the most important thing is just getting the job done and making sure that you do punch your ticket to Championship Thursday. We're going to be hanging on board with Maj 10 here, who was just victorious in that last series. How you feeling today, big dog?
I'm good, thank you. Yeah, how are you?
Oh, living the dream, living the dream. I think the biggest question I really had for you going into today, we saw that y'all kind of struggled through Swiss. Of course, at the end of the day, it's just important you get into the playoffs, but then y'all looked really dominant starting off playoffs. Was there a conversation that you guys had in the break between last Thursday and today to make sure that y'all were on your P's and Q's today? Because it felt like a different squad.
Yeah, so we did like our first ever replay review yesterday. So we had 20 minutes where we basically said what we thought we weren't doing very well, and it wasn't a lot wrong, to be honest. It was just the same small mistakes over and over again, and it felt a lot better. So yeah, I think we had just 20 minutes where we watched a replay back, the one against Southampton. We're why are we struggling here? And a lot of those things got fixed. And yeah, I think the same with a lot of things. Sometimes the same issue can happen a lot, which causes big problems. And if you just iron out a few things, then I think the game becomes a lot simpler. It's not perfect yet, but yeah, much better in the playoffs, I think.
Well, you just played quite a series, it must be said, for that lower round of 6. You had a very, very great closing performance, it must be said, in that game 4 as well. Did end a sweep, all games, though, within 1 goal. And it was myself and Rhino on the cast, and we were saying that was by far one of the most chaotic series of Rocket League we have ever watched. I just wanted to ask, from your perspective, how did that series feel? Did it feel more unusual than any others you'd play in, or was that purely just a bird's eye view advantage, let's just say?
Yeah, it was. I think a few times we got quite lucky on defense. I think we defended quite well. There was I think there was twice in the same game. I don't know if you caught us all laughing on the stream, but I just fell onto someone and got a bump and made a save or something. Yeah, I think Bath were definitely unlucky in a few moments. They could have easily won a game. I don't know, but it felt like one of these series where it feels quite close pressure wise, but I never thought we were going to lose. I don't know if that's just an arrogance thing, but sometimes you get a feeling in a series, even if the other team are in it, that you just don't feel like you're going to lose. And it felt like one of those. It felt like we were just better in both boxes. But credit to them, Bath played quite well actually. We scrimmed them before and they were quite good. And they obviously beat Arcada before, so yeah, they definitely played quite well and were unfortunate on the day, I think.
Yeah, I wanted to speak to you a little bit about that, because you've had 2 rematches now in Double Elim from the games that you played in Swiss last week. And actually, one of those games was against the team that beat you in the 1-0 round of Swiss. Try to follow this train of thought. There's a question coming at the end here.
Okay.
But, I want to ask you, does that play on the mental a little bit? You played these guys last week. Do you go into the game being hey, we played these guys last week, this is how the game went, let's try and change what we did, or does that not factor in?
So I think we kind of got an advantage because we played on stream with webcams on before, so I kind of knew that the teams never play the same when it's one a playoff scenario, and 2 when they their faces on screen and then no people are watching them, people play a bit more tentative. So I think if you kind of put a foot forward first, a lot of teams sort of don't get scared, that's probably a bit too much, but back off. So each series is quite different. I don't think you can read into it too much. You can say what some teams are good at, what they're bad at maybe, but yeah, teams play very differently between 2 days, so I don't think you can read too much into it. I think we had a decent day today. We definitely had a bad day in Swiss, and then probably vice versa for the teams. So I think it just sometimes depends on which day you catch you on. But I back us when we need to win and stuff, we tend to play well. We don't play that well, I don't think, when it's not that much on the line. We tend to be better when, it actually counts for a bit more. So I think that's kind of like, that goes in our favor, I think.
That's some really interesting insight, actually, and it's not something that we always consider. Is obviously players having those cams on isn't the norm. It's not how it always happens. So how that affects people is also definitely into it. My last question then, before I pass back down the line. Obviously, you guys came off the back of a pretty tough loss against Warwick in the upper bracket. We weren't able to see that game on stream, so I kind of wanted to ask you a little bit about that game. Obviously, you've not had too much time to think about what went wrong, but clearly you turned things around against Bath. So what was the conversation in between that 4-0 sweeping loss and the 4-0 sweeping win?
Warwick are good, to be honest. They're quite good. They're quite good in your box. They don't miss shots, and they make lots of saves. And each game was pretty close. So it was 4-0 in the series, but it didn't feel like 4-0. Probably like how our series with Bath, it was 4-0. Probably didn't feel like 4-0. And we didn't play that badly. We just made small mistakes, which cost us games. I think we were 2-0 up with 10 seconds left in game one, lost 3-2 before overtime and stuff. It's just small moments. We kept losing games. And we know Warwick are quite good, so we weren't too disheartened about it. I back us to beat them if we play them again, but losing to them is not a bad thing or anything. So it's just we got swept. It is what it is. But we're not too we didn't want to change too much. We thought we were playing okay. So.
Yeah, we've had a range of nations qualify themselves for the main event already eliminated. We've had Belgium, and we've had Finland, and we've had Hungary. Now it's just the UK, and the one big Germany team surviving as well alongside that. But actually, heading into this main event, there were 8 teams from the UK, 50% of the total pool. And for yourself, I've had the pleasure of commentating you during the British University Esports Championship finals, and you guys consistently make some pretty deep runs there, but of course losing the final spot to Loughborough Lions last time. There's been history with teams like Lincoln Park, and I want to know now, where do you rank your team Birmingham in the current UK sphere?
So I'd say the best team were Roehampton, obviously. Even with internet issues, they're probably still the best team. Liverpool are pretty good. They're not in this event. Liverpool have, really turned it up this year. I think they're probably second. And then I think it depends on the day. I think when Warwick are playing confident, they're playing well, which they are at the minute. They're pretty good. But I get the sense with them that they're a loss away from losing again, if that makes sense. And then, to be honest, you look at teams like Bath, Southampton, even Northampton, who didn't make yesterday. Who didn't make it out of Swiss. They could all beat each other on a day, and I think it's actually quite a compliment to teams improving. It's quite hard when you expect to beat teams to give other teams credit, because you feel like you should always be ahead of them. But I think sometimes you just accept that teams teams you think that you're better at are just getting better. I think NSC's standards, I think it took a hit a couple of years ago, but I think it's definitely being quite competitive these days, which is good to see.
Well, we're heading into tomorrow, Final Four, and when you were talking about at the top of the scene, 2 names that you had mentioned, Roehampton and Warwick, both stand in your way to also get to Dr. Bumman in that grand finals. You did mention earlier that when the lights are brightest, when there's the most on the line, you feel like that's when you guys step up the best. What's going to be going on between you guys here between now and tomorrow to make sure that y'all are ready to hit the ground running?
Not a lot. We might do a script to warm up. I don't know. I think I'm probably going to play some Apex Legends later. I've been it's been quite a long day. Try and get some Apex Legends in or something. I don't know. I think if you can change, you don't want to build up your whole day to just obviously it's important we want to win, but if you build up your whole day, it starts to feel weird, and then you don't play very well, and you could just lose, right? It's you've just wasted a day. So I think sometimes the best strategy is just look forward to it. Don't overthink it.
I think don't overthink it is probably the best way of putting it. Well, before we get you on out of here, Matthew 10, is there anything you want to say to the fans back home, teammates, people from the university watching? The floor is yours.
Yeah, I'm not sure I've got many fans, so I'll speak to all the haters out there. Yeah, so like this is like my last, probably tomorrow's my last day, like Uni Rocket League. So yeah, I'd just like to thank you all, like, you know, for your hard work behind the scenes. Yeah, I do appreciate it, and it's been good fun. So yeah, thank you everyone.
Well, we definitely wish you the best of luck tomorrow. Who knows? Maybe if you guys are able to complete the full run, maybe we can have another chat at the end of the day. But for now, we wish you the best of luck. And hey, you know what? Go ahead and take to the skies and enjoy your drop ship on into Apex Legends, and we'll see how things go tomorrow.
Nice one. Cool. Cheers.
All right, gentlemen. Well, we are now down to just 4 teams left. Birmingham and Roehampton will be starting things off. Warwick and Dr. Bowman at the end of the day leading the way as far as that lower bracket and grand final. So, I mean, I guess all that's left, I guess when we talk about setting the stage for tomorrow, are you really surprised at how this Final Four is shaped out, Pegasus? Or is this kind of, for the most part, what you're expecting?
This was what I was expecting, if I'm being completely honest. Yeah, I felt like Warwick were going to be one of those top UK sides. I know that Roe were going to be potentially lower down if they had to lose to Dr. Booman, although again, that was not quite the fashion that I expected it to be. So I do hope that the internet situation is a bit better tomorrow. But in terms of whittling down the top 8, I'm sure Rhino's going to be with me on this one. I didn't really see it shaping much different. I had maybe a bit of faith in Arcada, who ended up losing to Barcelona. So what do I know?
I feel like I had a lot of belief in them as well. I mean, for you, Rhino, I mean, I feel like you've been our resident ball knower. You've given us a heads up on some of the teams that have really shined here over the course of the last couple of weeks. I mean, how are you feeling now heading in the top 4?
Buddy, I lost that title today big time. We had good momentum coming off Swiss, but today, no ball knowledge in this head whatsoever. Look, I think the fact of the matter is, I think top 3 we kind of all predicted to be Bowman, Warwick and Roehampton. I think the way we got there is a little bit strange, but that's by the by. Those were the 3. And then I think whoever won the Birmingham versus Southampton match in the first round of the uppers, they were going to be the ones who were going to join them as the top 4, right? That was the game to decide our 4th and 5th seed. And that's what's passed. That's what's proved to be. So we now find ourselves in a position where all of the teams going into tomorrow are top quality. They've all done well, and we've also got a brand new favorite Rocket League player for your boy Q, because Mouch10 plays Apex Legends, and I'm pretty sure that he's going to follow him on Twitter after this. That's for sure.
I'm going to have to check him out for sure. I got the AL and GS thing right up there behind me. Yeah, definitely a big fan for sure. But yeah, day number 3 officially done and dusted. We took 16-8, 8-4. And tomorrow we get to see who's going to be crowned the champion. Dr. Bowman does already sit in that grand finals. We got to figure out which of those 3 English squads is going to be able to get across the finish line, whether it's Birmingham, Roehampton, or Warwick. I know the 3 of us are going to be back tomorrow, and we'll be joined by a pretty familiar face for those of y'all who have been around for a while in Uni Rocketeers. We hope to catch you back, same time, same channel. If you haven't done so, to make sure that you are back tomorrow, make sure you hit that follow button down below and turn those notifications on. Until we do catch you back for the next one, man, don't forget, with everything crazy going on in the world today, be true, be you, be sincere, game hard and love hard. All right, y'all? It's your boy Q, and from the rest of the crew here from the front to the back, y'all have a great rest of your week. We'll catch you tomorrow. Peace. We're out of here.